This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. About it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
Well. Welcome on in. We got the Tuesday night podcast for the Keep Pounding channel. We're going to be talking about the draft recap today. And we're going to put all the pieces together that we have drafted and signed or will sign. And we're going to do some reactions to some of the videos and press conferences. So, before we get started, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. Don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as scheduling for the channel and car streams during the off season, plus during the regular season, and fantasy football league starting up in July. Make sure you hit that bell so you don't miss any new videos that are coming through in July for training camp. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's a ways away, but hit that bell. You won't want to miss them. All right. Let's get this thing started. All right, so first of all, I want to welcome in Sean. You know, shout out to you. And my man Blitzball Champ, the YouTuber, in the Facebook chat right now. Much love to all of y'all that work so hard to get everything put together and in place for the draft weekend and throughout the draft, and just getting me the information that I needed to throw out there to you, the most relevant information. So much love to all of you. It's been a journey in a marathon, but we made it. We made it. It's officially Tuesday. So let's get my man Blitzball up in here. And let's get this thing popping. What's good, man? Welcome on in.
What's good?
Alright, so let's first of all talk about these undrafted rookies that we just decided to sign or do something with. We agreed to terms with Jamie Robinson already today. 5th round safety on a 4-year rookie contract. Yeah, so let's begin with that.
Feel about him being the first of the rookie draft picks to agree to terms, the first of the draft picks?
That's an interesting one for me. I did not expect it to be him first, but I kind of expected it to be Chandler, to be honest with you, because usually the O linemen get get signed first, but yeah, it doesn't always work out that way. So 5'11", 191-pound safety out of Florida State. Put up 319 tackles in 47 college games played, and also totaled 15 and a half tackles for loss, 23 pass breakups, 7 interceptions, and 1 sack in his career. So, 2-time All-ACC selection in his final 2 years with Florida State. This is what we're getting out of Jamie. And I mean, this man is a beast. Let's not put this lightly. This man is a beast that we just drafted at safety. But my question is, that safety room has gotten really, really crowded.
Has a very confident attitude about him.
He does. And that safety room's getting real crowded. Somebody's got to go. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, if you ask me, I mean, if we look at the safety depth as it is currently, I mean, remember we did bring back Sam Franklin Jr. on a 1 year. We still got Xavier Woods. We brought in Von Bell. Perhaps Miles Dorn gets Das Boot, but that's the only name that I can think of specifically as far as our safety depth. Maybe he's the Miles. Maybe he replaces Miles Dorn.
I think you might be right about that, actually. You know, we picked up Von Mel. Jeremy Chin moved over to linebacker now, so that doesn't count as a safety anymore. Xavier Woods is kind of taken over.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
All right, so it's Von Bell and Xavier Woods back there. Everybody else is depth. So it'd be Sam Franklin, it'd be Jamie Robinson, and then Miles. If you're following the depth chart.
Gotcha.
As is right now. So yes, I would agree with you. I think Miles is gone. I think that's.
Oh, we also got undrafted safety Nico Bolden, Kent State. We got him as well.
I think that might be a camp body. That's my opinion on that. You never know who's going to pop off from one of those smaller universities, but in this case, I wouldn't bet on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that the majority of the time you get people from these bigger colleges that actually do a lot of work. And it turns out to be really, really lucrative in the future. So I think in order of importance here, we need to start talking about the tackle position, and let's gravitate towards linebacker, then towards defensive end, then towards whatever after that. So we'll start with the tackles. According to this list, which ones of them were tackles again?
What we got so far, of course, Ricky Lee, from A&T. We also have a Larnell Coleman from UMass, a 2-year veteran from UMass. Of course, Brady Christensen, who has played both tackle and guard, so I mean, versatile. Got Iquanu, got Taylor Moton.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that is all of the listed tackles so far.
I think so. And the I was listening to one of the podcasters this week, and actually Scott Fitter pointed this out in his interview as well. Brady Christensen did go down with a leg injury last year. I think it was against the Bucks.
Near the end of the season. Yeah.
Yep. So that being the case, so did Corbett. And
yeah, I believe Corbett got injured. It was either the second to last or the very last game of the season.
So this is why the tackle and guard position are so vital right now. We have got to make sure that this is locked up and we're sealed up for Bryce Young. Because if Bryce Young has any of these defensive ends come through that line and injure him, he's going to be on a stretcher for weeks. No question about it. Yeah, the ESPN people can say what they want. Oh, he can take hits. He can take hits. No, he can't. I'm not buying it. All these other people might buy it, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying what y'all trying to sell me, ESPN. Because 90% of the time, y'all sell us a bill of goods, man. 90% of the time.
How many times was he sacked in college?
That's a good question.
Let's see. So, okay. So, in 2020, sacked 6 times. 2021, sacked 39 times. In 2022, sacked 18 times.
18?
Oof.
18?
Yeah, 18 in 2022. Yeah, 18.
Sheesh.
And then in 2021, he was sacked 39 times. 39.
Ugh. Ugh. That's not good. That ain't it. Ladies and gentlemen, that ain't it. If you're going to bring him up into Carolina, you got to seal up that line. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it now.
Yeah.
I'm not having those numbers, you know. Otherwise, he's going to be the same thing as Teddy Bridgewater. He's going to be the same thing as Sam Darnold, just getting blitzed and sacked. I'm not having that no more. No more of these bridge quarterbacks up in here, man.
Yeah, we've dealt with enough of that.
And I think AR went to a worse situation with the Colts. You know, they've got no line.
Yeah.
And they're going to throw him right into the fire without any coaching. And it's just... They're going to figure him out in about 5 seconds. Watch. That ain't going to last long.
Yeah.
That man's out of the league or sitting on the couch for the 3 years.
At one point, they used to have a formidable offensive line, but it's been a good while. It's been a good one.
It's been since, what, Andrew Luck? That they had a decent line? And that's arguable.
So. Yeah.
That's arguable. And people are going to come in here and say, oh, we should have drafted AR. We should have drafted... No. I'm going to tell y'all something. You got to develop the man. You can't just start him out right out of the fire. Listen, Matt. Everybody in the league, it has this stigma of, you know, this unwritten thing where they're like, oh, well, you got to put a round one, pick one into the fire immediately. It has to be an immediate starter. No, he does not. No, he does not. Stop that cap. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you were to put any one of these average quarterbacks in there, right out of the gate, they're gonna fail with no development whatsoever. You're gonna be sitting there with a losing season.
Yeah, development's going to be key.
I don't care how many weapons you got. There ain't enough weapons that can save these people, man. And CJ with that attitude of his going to Houston, I think even with all the weapons they gave him, you still got to develop the man. He's still got to sit a year. I'm sorry, it's the truth. That's how it's supposed to be done. You're supposed to have a veteran leader that can train these guys up, and coach these guys up. And you get that out of free agency, you get that out of your own franchise, you get that out of wherever, and you coach these guys up. You don't just throw them into the fire and say, oh, well, let's hope to God they're Cam Newton, or let's hope to God they're magically Patrick Mahomes. No. What did I tell y'all a month ago when we started looking at these guys? None of these guys are franchise guys. None of them. None of them. And we ain't even started talking about Will Levis yet. We ain't even got down to there. Or Hooker either. None of these guys.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't even begun to have that discussion yet. So, let's not even go down there that far. However, I do believe that the Rams did pick up Stetson Bennett, which is a great, great choice, as a backup quarterback. Let him learn. Let him develop under a great system with great coaches. That's the best place for him to land. And you might say, well, Stetson Bennett is not as great as the rest of these guys.
Matthew Stafford, 14-year vet.
Yeah, you're sitting behind Stafford. And you might say, oh, well, Stetson Bennett's not as great as the rest of these people. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's why he was drafted so late. Ding, ding, get a clue. That man was never projected in the first round. Never. Never. Man, I'm going to get up off that.
Time, we have to keep in mind that, the keep pounding fan base, there's going to be a lot of anticipation for Bryce Young to end up being week one start.
Oh, yeah.
There's just the anticipation is so high.
Oh, yeah. I want to actually, I want to read off what this man said, actually. Hold up. I'm going to find it. And he says, and I quote, Bryce Young, I want to earn the respect of the locker room first. What I've done in the past doesn't entitle me to anything. Let me reread that for the people that ain't listening. I want to earn the respect of the locker room first. See, some of y'all are a little slow. You're not getting this. What I've done in the past doesn't entitle me to anything. There's that word entitle. We live in an entitled generation. And this man is rising above this and saying, that's the attitude I want in Carolina. That's the attitude. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Bryce. I love that.
This is somebody that accepts that, hey, this isn't college. I've, gone through that. I'm in the pros now. I need to earn my way in the pros just like I earned my way in college. He gets it.
Finally, somebody that comes into Carolina that gets this. Finally. You know, they don't come in with an ego. They don't come in acting like, oh, I'm better than 145 players like Jamie Robinson. You know, and no disrespect to him. I like the attitude, but you got to come out onto the field and prove it, bro. You got to come out and prove it. Put your actions where your mouth is. I don't want to see none of this. None of these excuses when you don't manage to do it. You're a 5th round pick, man. We put our trust in you. We picked you for a reason. Get it done. I'm telling you, these people, I'm going to be a little harder on this crew. Because y'all going to come out here with that type of mentality. That's what I like. I want to see some competition. I want to see some discipline. I want to see everything fall into place this year. With all the coaches that we have no excuse not to have at least 8 wins. At least 8 this coming year.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point.
I'm not settling for less. Not with this crew. Not with the talent we just drafted. No. I'm not settling for less. We are going to take this division, or Ajaro is not going to have a job next year. Point blank. I'm not putting up that 3-4 garbage if we're not going to get something out of it. I'm willing to put up with it for now. We experimented with it with Matt Rule, but you better give me some results this year. With all that talent on the field. You got no excuse not to.
Yeah.
I'm willing to be generous to say 2 years.
Yeah, totally understand. Being that the last time we ran 3-4 as our base defense, it did not work in our favor. So.
That was horrendous. You're talking about a league that favors the 4-3.
Because, like, even in Madden, like, I've never been a fan of 3-4.
Me neither.
I've never been a fan of 3-4.
Me neither. Like, I tried messing around with the Jets with the franchise mode, you know, just to see, you know, how the 3-4 actually operated, you know, and where people were supposed to be and all that stuff, and I just couldn't get my head around it. So, I mean, if somebody in this chat wants to teach us about the 3-4, please do reach out to us. You know, like I said, I'm just as much a student of the game as I am a teacher, so please do reach out and let us know, you know. Drop some links in chat, whatever you want to do. But, you know, end of the day, this has got to work out. We don't have the time to wait anymore. All these veterans are out of the South now. It is time to take the South back. This is the year to do it. You know,
Yep.
Breeze is gone. Brady's gone. Matt Ryan's gone. Ridley's gone. I mean, you got an injured Michael Thomas to take advantage of. You know, come on, man. Come on, man. Gronk's gone. All of these pieces. Sean Payton's gone. He's not in the South anymore. What more do you need? What more do you need to take over the South? Except your own pieces.
Right now, we better sweep the Bucks. We better sweep the Bucks. I'm not even playing this time. We better sweep the Bucks.
That's a fact.
I dare the Carolina Panthers to not sweep the Bucks.
That's a bold take, man. I like it. I like it. That's what we like over here, man. We like those bold takes. Be bold. You know?
We should have swept them last season.
That's a fact. That's a fact. We had all the tools at our disposal. The Bucks were not getting past 20 points.
Allow a touchdown? Shoot, we better sweep them this season.
Let me tell you something. The Buccaneers were not getting past 20 points all year long, except for 2 games. 2 games. That's it. We had their number, and we couldn't beat them. We let Tom Brady slice us up like Swiss cheese.
You thought I was mad enough when we lost that final meeting to the Bucks, playing against Tom Brady? Shoot, and then we're gonna be going up against Baker Mayfield? Shoot.
You want to talk about somebody who was mad about that game? Me. I went on a tirade on my channel about. Y'all can go back and watch that in the VOD if you want to. But yeah, if that entertains you during the off season, go for it. Whatever floats your boat. But yeah, I cannot stand Tom Brady, and I make no apologies for anything I say about that man. None. None.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
You know, Big Cat's over here like, oh, I hate the Falcons. I hate the Falcons. I hate Tom way more than he hates the Falcons. Trust me on that. Way more. Don't even get me started on that topic.
So let me ask you this, since we brought up the 3-4. Okay, that's our base defense. Now, of course, the understanding is 3 linemen, 4 linebackers, 4 secondary. Which secondary I notice is 2 safeties. Now, I'm guessing the assumption, barring that he's healthy, is D-Jack, Horn, lead off in the cornerback position in this package, with the safeties, I guess, being Xavier Woods, Von Bell. Now, my thing is, I figured you'd have to have the linebacker set to really have a balance to complement the pass rush and coverage, as well as, on run plays, being able to run stop if they have to do some, spies here, spies there, and of course, the outside stunts. Like, I think personnel is really going to be key, as well as coaching, and I'm having a hard time, just based on, if the season were to start right now, what the best look of the personnel would be for this base defense.
I agree with that. And these Ajaro picks have me nervous, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Again, I like Jamie Robinson's talent, and this is the weird thing. When I went back into the mock drafts, I saw that DJ Johnson was actually listed as an edge rusher in the mocks on the mock draft simulator, which is still available, by the way. You can still go back in there and mock draft if you wish. But he's listed as an edge now. Since when did this happen? All month he's been a linebacker listing, and now he's an edge. I don't. That is the meat of this conversation right here, because is DJ Johnson. How are we going to use him? Scott Fitter says we're going to use him as an edge rusher. Okay, well, why not just draft him as an edge rusher? I don't understand how this works. All this hybrid stuff is really messing with my brain. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
Yeah.
The further along this gets, the worse it gets, man.
And you know what I just realized? We are pretty stacked now at the defensive tackle position. I mean, you look at Derek Brown.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing with Derek Brown, they're going to move him to defensive end on this 3-4. And then Deshaun Williams. Apparently, we still have Bravion Roy.
Yep.
Of course, Mark Juan McCall.
Yep.
So I'm really curious to see what kind of rotation we're going to have at that nose tackle position.
Yeah, that's got me curious as well. Yeah, you've obviously got Derek Brown, who just had his 5th-year option picked up. Well done, management. Let's go. Yeah. Love that.
Good call.
Beautiful move. Of course, that's obvious. That's a no-brainer. Come on. And, where's Brian Burns' 5th-year option, y'all? Where is it? Y'all been talking about it all offseason. Where is it? Is he next?
I'm probably thinking it gets done hopefully before midseason. But I think they're delaying it for a bit. But I think it gets done before midseason.
That's all I heard about right before free agency. It's just Brian Burns this, Brian Burns that. And I'm like, can we get into the drafted players, please? Like, not to be that guy, but I just want to get on with it. You know what I mean? Like, what holes are we looking to fill in that draft? At that point. So, we go through all that process. We're out of the draft now, and then nothing on Brian Burns. Crickets. And I'm sitting here like, really?
Yeah.
I don't understand. What is the play here? What's the move here? We got $26.3 million. Minus whatever we spent on Derek Brown for that 5th-year option, which I think was like $11 million or something like that. I have to double check. I got over the cap open right now. Let's see. Ooh, Devon Hamilton got an extension too by the Jags. Sam Franklin got an extension on the 25th for us. I'm just going through this list. Hurts got his deal. Blaine Gabbert got signed for 1 year. Tommy Townsend got signed for 1 year. I'm not really interested in that. I want to know about.
So, I just looked at something on ESPN.com on the team page that I really wanted to get your initial thoughts on. Going back to this base 3-4-D.
Yeah.
So, their initial depth chart, as of now, has for starters at 3-4, Derek Brown at nose tackle, Tuttle and Williams at right and left defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 linebackers being W linebacker Brian Burns, weak side linebacker Brian Burns, strong side linebacker YGM, Yetur Gross-Matos, and the 2 middles, Shaq and Luvu. And then, of course, corners are J.C. Horn, Action Jackson, safeties, Von Bell, Xavier Wood.
So what are you doing with Jeremy Chin then? They said they moved him to linebacker. What's going on with him?
Yeah.
Is he an outside? Is he an inside? What is he?
Probably where he comes in. Because honestly, I don't see YGM at that starting position personally.
No.
I think maybe perhaps Chin.
I think so.
SLB, that strong side linebacker perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see YGM starting.
All right, so a common issue with stuff like this, when you're moving people out of different positions to linebacker, is you expect a certain weight for linebackers. So these guys are going to have to bulk up. And I don't like that. I don't like having to bulk up Jeremy Chin. I don't like having to bulk up, you know, um,
Hmm.
uh, YGM, that should be a pass rusher. Come on, man. And this is going to
Right.
become an
Agreed.
issue.
Agreed.
It's going to slow them both down. It's going to slow down Brian Burns. The fact that he is that fast, at that weight, is because of his weight and because of his body size. And you have to fatten him up a little bit to play linebacker. That's going to slow him down. What does he normally run, like a 4.4 or something like that? And then you go slow him down to like a 4.8 to play linebacker? Now, how is that going to play out?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah, he can tackle, but
gonna work out.
he can tackle, but he's not going to be able to pass rush anymore. You done ruined him. This is another reason I don't like that 3-4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is because you got to shift around those weights, when you shift positions. And some of these guys are not meant to play those positions that you're trying to. That's why I was so against Jeremy Chin being put at linebacker. So I was like, no. This man needs to stay at safety. He needs to stay at the weight he's at. Stop trying to fatten this man up like a fat cow at a farm. No, put him back there and let him do what he does.
And I guess the thing about that, I guess the thing about that is the argument is because of how well he did his rookie year, that that's what it comes down to, like him playing at that nickel, that linebacker spot. I mean, after all, getting two back-to-back fumble recoveries, like his fumble recoveries for touchdowns, that rarely happens, if at all. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah. But I mean, you don't mess with what's working though. Let that continue to work at safety. Don't move him. Otherwise, you're going to ruin that success. He's got to learn a whole other position that he never played before at the NFL level. And y'all remember what I said on draft weekend? I said, when you're trying to move people at the NFL level after they've been playing at one position all their life, it does not work. There's a massive learning curve. Plus the weight on top of it.
yeah.
And you still expect these guys to be as fast as they were at safety? Don't. No. It's not going to happen. So this fifth year option of Derek Brown was $11.6 million. Alright, so subtract that from what we have already.
That's what, about 28 mil?
It was 26.3. So we're gonna see what the updated one is. It should have updated by now. What in the world? How does it go up? It's 27.4 now. How does that go up? That makes no sense to me. I don't understand that.
Oh, interesting.
I don't understand that. Y'all gonna have to help me with that. We had $51.5 million of dead money in this offseason. And that includes CMC, DJ Moore, Chosen Anderson, Robbie Anderson. I'm not calling him Chosen, man. I'm not doing it. Matt Ioannidis, Pat Elflein, Damian Wilson, Zane Gonzalez, and Davion Nix. Of course, if you really want to count Zane Gonzalez and Davion Nixon with their under $1 million together, whatever, you know. But still, that's a lot of dead money, man. And still, we were able to overcome that. You know, we put $72.3 million into the offense, $106.5 million into the defense, $4.7 million into special teams, and that's before the official signings are taking into effect. Now, my question is the new safety Sam included in that? The new safety, is he included in there? Okay, so all the rookies right now have that $750K. All right, before they get officially signed to a rookie deal. Or right now. You know,
Okay, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
yeah, so that includes Jalen Redmond as well. That includes all the undrafteds.
Right. Okay. All the undrafted as well. Gotcha.
Yeah. So until they get signed to an official rookie deal, you know, and Jamie Robinson does count. $832K officially total.
Right.
For 4 years. With a dead cap of $329K. Might as well call that 326. All right. Round it up. So that cap space number is accurate as of today. And usually it takes about 24 hours for that number to update with all the signings and stuff. Sometimes it can be 48 hours. But it does update fairly quickly. So if we take a look at next year's team cap space, we're looking at $58.9 million in the black. Now, we're going to have to pay a lot of these people next year, so that's going to come down to about where it is now, about 26 something, you know. Okay, then what? You going to mess around with people's contracts again? Eventually, you got to pay these people. You could only hold out these people for so long. And Gettleman figured that out. You know, he found a way around it. But I think Scott Fitter understands what to do about this and how to fix that. Alright, so if you are looking at the new signings, I'm not sure how much of that chunk is going to take out of that 27 mil, but I think we're good. I think we're good. You know,
yeah, I think you're right. I think we should be good.
Realistically, you want about $7 to $8 million to mess around with injury signings, you know, during the year. $10 million for rookie contracts is roughly the right amount. And then after that is re-signings, you know. And then whatever's left is free agent pickups. That's a lot of money every year.
Yeah, that is.
And if these teams ain't got it, they've got to get rid of some people. You know, that's why you saw the Rams downsizing when we got Bozeman and Corbett. You know, that's why you saw some downsizing when the Bengals lost the Super Bowl. You know, we picked up a couple of their people. You know, and I'm sitting there going, wow, we just picked up some gold mine players. Now the problem with this is eventually you got to pay him.
Yep.
You can't shortchange him after a while now. You can keep messing around with these contracts all you want, but eventually you got to pay him. And Scott Fitter knows what he's doing when it comes to that stuff. He's got his booking person, that handles all that stuff. That tells him, this person could be affordable for this amount, recommended number, estimated number, and whatnot like that. Everybody's got their booking person, in their management. So, and speaking of the Rams, let's touch on that Rams subject for just a second right now. Now, when you're looking at all these power rankings around the league, and I'm going to show you, this is some ridiculous nonsense right here. I cannot even believe what I'm looking at. Alright, so according to the 33rd team post-draft power rankings by Paul Domowitch, I don't even know who this guy is. But apparently he's a pro football debate guy. So, that came off the pro football debate page. So, we're going to go with this, okay? You got the Eagles at number 1, Chiefs at number 2, Bengals at number 3, Bills at number 4. Now, I'm not going to argue with that. Now, here's where we start having a problem. When you start talking about the 49ers draft, that draft was awful. That draft was awful.
Them at number 5 is quite a stretch.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly. Alright, Jaguars at 6, I agree with. The Lions at 7? Really? I gotta put question marks on that one. Nah, bro.
I would
Nah.
bump too high for them.
I feel like they got some pieces in that draft, but it's not enough to put them up there in the top 10. No. Cowboys at 8. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They got some good pieces. Giants, trash draft. Trash. Pure trash. What are they doing up there in the top 10? The Jets, too. What are y'all doing up there? Y'all got no business being in the top 10. You know it.
Who did the Giants even get, now that I think about
Both
it?
the New York teams have no business
Deontay
being up there.
Banks.
Y'all know it, too. Stop playing. Y'all know you don't belong there. I'm in as well, so that's a good spot for him right there at 11.
Oh, yeah, they did get Hyatt. They
Yeah.
did get Jalen Hyatt. That's right.
You got the Chargers that look good, in that draft. They picked up some pieces, but they couldn't really keep up with the Chiefs or the Bengals. Tit for tat battle that they were having right there. That was a thrill. That was a chess match. Man, I was enjoying that. That's what you come.
Yeah, they were going in. They were definitely going in.
I mean, it was just, if you draft a running back, we're going to draft a defensive tackle to match it. If you draft a defensive end, we're going to draft a guard to battle that. It's like back and forth all day long. I was going, what? What are we watching right now? This is entertaining right here. and the Chargers just could not quite keep up with that. Every year, I got full respect for the Chargers, but they just can't quite keep up with it. And the Steelers, yeah, got some good pieces. Happy with it. Seahawks, middle of the road, got some good pieces. Vikings, they got some offensive line help and a little bit of a pass rushing help, but that was really it. I can't say that they really did anything, to be honest.
Hmm.
We all know how our draft went. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Dolphins. Um,
Oh yeah, that had the least amount of picks in the draft.
but they made the most out of it. I will say that. They made the most out of it versus what was on the board. They didn't really get the right players, in my opinion, but positional needs wise, yeah, I can't argue with it. But when you're trying to compete with the Bills, who are already set up in that division, and you got the Jets, who are starting to improve with Aaron Rodgers, you can't afford to screw up that draft. You've got to step up and get these players that you really need. So I don't feel they don't draft a quarterback, and they get an edge rusher and they get a few pieces, but that was really it. Green Bay didn't improve either. Not impressed.
They also, I believe, they gave Jordan Love an extension. I think it was a 1 year extension.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that. I don't think that was the right move for them. Saints. Saints got one of my Clemson boys, man, and this is gonna be a problem. Twice a year, I'm telling you, Brian Brees is going to be a problem. Y'all, I'm warning y'all now. I watched this man in a Clemson uniform for 2 years. I know. All right. If you've been paying attention to Clemson football, you know who he is. He's a bruiser. And it's going to be tough to run against the Saints next year, man.
And we got to play it twice.
It is. I don't like this. They were the only team out of the three that we play against that actually put together a defensive tackle to battle our running backs, which we had a blast against their defense last year. We ran circles around it.
Right.
And that Saints management is like, enough of this garbage. We're getting a defensive tackle first round. I respect it. I do. But that's the one player I was hoping would never go to there. Because the Saints don't have Sean Payton there. He's going to get mismanaged, I feel like. And I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Alright, so the Browns didn't really do anything. Moving on. Broncos, Sean Payton. Yeah, Sean Payton loaded up a little bit. He's getting his pieces together. It's going to take him 2 or 3 years, but once he gets out of that 3-year period, he's going to have a team put together, and it's going to be a threat. But the problem is, he's in that division with the Chargers, the Chiefs, and the Raiders. So unless you can escape that division, you're not going anywhere. You got to lead that doggone division. You can't just sit there in second place and say, oh, well, I got a dangerous team. The Chargers have been there forever. Look what they got to show for it. Come on. You gotta own that division. You gotta fight for it. Raiders have been sitting there too, not doing anything. And they still didn't do anything in that draft. So, I mean, it's no wonder the Raiders are sitting at 30. You got New England sitting at 22. Now, Belichick knows how to pick players. It's a known fact. I don't know how he finds these people. Every year, he'll find them from the most no-name schools you can imagine. And he will put together a Super Bowl team. I don't know how he does it. But that man has deciphered the formula of the draft. He's got it down. Year after year after year.
That's for sure. It's crazy how consistent he's been with that.
He will find a hidden gem in the 6th round that you won't even think is even still there. pick him up, and you'll see the name and go, who? And this man will turn into a Pro Bowler within 3 years. From some random college like William and Mary or something like that. And he'll turn into a Pro Bowler, and you're like, what? It's like,
It's crazy.
I don't know how he does it. I swear I don't know how he does it. That man's a draft genius. You know, there's not many of people I can count on one hand that are draft geniuses in the last 10 years. 15. Let's say 15, because Gettleman counts up there too. Gettleman, Scott Fitterer, you got Belichick, and somehow Sean Payton has figured it out too. I don't know how he's figured it out, but he has too. And then you've got the Chiefs with Andy Reid that just, of course, know everything that they're trying to put together. You know, honorable mention Jacksonville in the last couple of years. And the Bengals GM. But, you know, you can count on one hand how many draft geniuses you got out there to watch out for. Which is a good thing, but it's a bad thing too. Because they will steal your players in a hot minute. Alright, so we got the Falcons out here.
Quite a bit too.
We got the Falcons out here. Not really doing too much. They got a running back that we got to deal with twice a year. But I mean...
Yeah, they got that top running back out of the draft, Bijan Robinson.
They got a defensive end too. You know, and they recognized that our line was kind of weak at a certain spot. So they said, okay, let's get a pass rusher. Let's do something about this, you know? Let's try to take advantage. And the Falcons do just enough to take advantage, but they can't win. You know, that's the thing.
And many that I've been hearing aren't really threatened by the wide receiver core for the Falcons. I mean, maybe Kyle Pitts gets mentioned, but I mean, you know, he got hurt, so he hasn't really done as much damage as he could be doing yet.
Ridley was really the last major weapon they had after Matt Ryan left. And then he left. So, I mean, tell me who's dangerous on that wide receiver core anymore. I'm still waiting on it for that. You know? I'm not scared of any of them. We got two of the best corners in the league right now. I'm not scared of that wide receiver core no more. You got Washington, the Washington Commanders. You still got Ron Rivera over there, who's picking defensive players. You know, that's never going to change. But offensively, what has Washington done offensively in the past 5 years? Not much. See, Ron Rivera's a defensive coach. He's not a head coach. He's a defensive coach. Just like John Fox before him. So, that doesn't scare me. Tampa Bay didn't get much. You got the Bears down here. We'll talk about the Bears in a minute. Tennessee is a mess. Tennessee is a straight mess. The Titans.
Oh, yeah, that was crazy. Drafted Will Levis. I'm like, dang, they done already.
I don't like where he's going, man. I don't like this. I think every Panther fan out there is in agreement. We don't like the fact that Will Levis went to Tennessee because it's not the right fit for him. You know? I've listened to several podcasters and they all agree on that. You know, it's like, yeah, you're not getting much out there in Tennessee. Texans, of course, you know, they picked up some pieces, but they didn't really move up. Raiders, where they talked about, didn't really do much. Cards, same thing. Arizona picked up some garbage players that they're not going to use. Their new quarterback in AR, but it's not going to help them. It's just not. He's gonna lose. All right, so notice the teams I did not talk about yet.
Because, I mean, their offensive line hasn't been the same.
Correct. And other teams are going to pick up on that with all those pass rushers over in the AFC. Make no mistake about it. They're going to take advantage of it. And you're talking about the likes of TJ Watt, all Joey Bosa, all these monsters are coming back.
We do have to play them, though. I just realized we do have to play the Colts.
Oh, yeah. And we got the pass rushers to handle them. We can handle that. I'm not even worried about Colts, man. That should be a win. I'm saying that right now. I'm feeling confident about that one. I'm locking that in. That's a win. Colts don't scare me at all.
Yep. And that is a home game, too. So, yeah.
We got the home crowd fans. Oh, yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. We got this. With Bryce Young out there and all those offensive weapons, oh, yeah. Yeah, say goodnight, Colts. Y'all gonna have a long bus ride home. Long plane ride home. The Indy. By the end of that game. Now notice the teams I did not mention yet. Okay. Let's talk about the Bears first. Now the Bears have pissed me off after this trade, man. And the Bears have not capitalized on these picks at all that we gave them. These were garbage players that the Bears picked up. Garbage. And y'all wonder why you're still sitting down there at 26. Come on now. You know I gotta call y'all out for a bogus draft.
We gotta play them on the road.
Man, we can handle Chicago, man. I'm not worried about Chicago. That's not a team that's on my radar.
We did lose the last 3 meetings against them. So.
But that's because we had Matt Rule as a coach.
We should have him this time.
Yeah, that's because we had Matt Rule as a coach, first of all. And the last one was during Ron Rivera's last couple of years in his tenure. So keep that in mind, y'all.
That is true.
And those were garbage years. I'm sorry, those were garbage time years. We weren't doing nothing.
It's really sad that one of them was from when they had Nick Foles, and the other time was when they had freaking Mitchell Trubisky.
God, don't even remind me. Trash games. We beat ourselves. And I'll tell you, the one and only thing that Matt Rule actually did right was somebody in his staff, if not him himself, said, don't beat yourselves. That slogan was desperately needed for our locker room because we did that on a consistent and constant basis. Alright, so I'm for that. I want to continue that slogan. I want that to keep going. None of the rest of the stuff that he did, though. None of the rest of it. Toss that in the garbage can where it belongs in Nebraska. But keep that slogan, though.
And I second that.
Alright, so the last team I want to talk about right now is the Rams. Now, Blitzball, you know where I'm going with this. Some of y'all got a sneak preview of it because I sent some of y'all some messages about this. Now, how in the world are the Rams ranked 29th after that draft? Y'all had 14 picks. 14 picks.
That's a head scratcher.
14 picks, y'all. That's too many, first of all. That's before we even get into all that talent. I want to show y'all what all they got. This is ridiculous. Oh, man. Some of y'all are about to be pissed. That's all I'm about to say right now.
Because they got a plethora.
This is ridiculous. Alright, do we have the full listing of them? There they are. Alright, so let's kind of go through this. Because the Rams done messed around and built a whole secondary. A whole second string in one draft. They got Steve Avila, okay, to protect their offensive line. Okay, fair enough. Byron Young, that name was on my board. You already know, you see my mocks, you know he was on my board. That made me mad. In round 3, Kobe Turner, defensive lineman, Wake Forest. Okay, that's a mess around pick. I'm not impressed with that. Whatever y'all plan on using Kobe for, it's probably going to be something second string or something. I don't know. But here's where the real action begins. You got Stetson Bennett in round 4. Stetson Bennett. Y'all don't mess around and let the Rams get Stetson Bennett. For real? All these other teams, they could have picked this man up. And y'all mess around and let the Rams get him. Shame on y'all.
Yep. So they got quite a guy that they developed along the way.
Offensive linebacker Nick Hampton from App State. And y'all already know how I feel about those App State players. And when App State actually got up to Division I, I was not surprised at all. I've been watching these dudes since the beginning of SoCon. Okay? Since I became a Furman fan down here in the Carolinas. So I knew well enough what App State was bringing to the table when they took on Notre Dame and won that game. I was not surprised at all. Everybody else was shocked out of their mind.
I remember Boone. The whole city of Boone did not sleep for a long time after that upset victory they had over Michigan.
That's a fact, man. Everybody in the country was like, what in the world? App State, App State, App State. What? They couldn't comprehend it. And I'm sitting over here like, yep. I might have been the only one that knew. Because every time App State played my Furman Paladins down here in the SoCon, we got trounced. We got trounced by like 20 points every game. That and Georgia Southern too. Georgia Southern's next. Georgia Southern's next. They rule the SoCon with an iron fist right now. Watch what I'm telling y'all. But App State was ready, man. They were ready to ascend. They've been ready by the time they did it. And I'm sitting there like, yep, here we go. App State about to go up to that Division I. Now y'all are in trouble. What conference they gonna put them in?
Yeah.
It was a foregone conclusion. They put them in a conference, man.
And it totally makes sense.
Yeah. So, ever since then, you've had quality players come out of App State that went into the NFL draft. Keep that in mind. And Nick Hampton's just yet another one. You know, out of those strong linebackers that they come out of App State with. Alright, so the Rams got him. And let's move on to round 5, where the Rams picked up Warren McClendon.
And I know that was one of your guys.
Yes, it was. That was the guy at tackle. What I kept screaming the whole month, we need a right tackle, we need a right tackle, we need a right tackle. I said, Warren McClendon. I'm telling you, Warren McClendon is the guy. If we let this dude slip off the board, we're done. We can't get a right tackle anymore. None of the rest of these guys were putting up enough snaps. None of the rest of these guys were putting up enough good numbers or the talent that we were looking for and the strength and the size and the speed. to do what Warren McClendon was doing. And that was a
That's
late
good
round
point.
gem.
I remember in the last draft, the mock that you did that I was part of, you definitely zoned in on the snap count for Warren McClendon and posed the argument for it for sure.
I put that in a few streams now. And I said, Warren McClendon, is the guy. There's no question about it. If Wanya Morris goes off the board around the fourth or fifth, Warren McClendon is going to follow. And it happened. Ladies and gentlemen, it happened.
To Kansas City. So, yep.
Yep, third round. I told y'all, pay attention. So then you get Davis Allen, the Clemson tight end. Davis Allen, man, please. What y'all gonna do with Davis Allen? What are y'all doing with all this talent?
Oh, at tight end.
What are y'all doing with all this talent? Oh, we ain't even got into the juicy stuff yet. This is just the appetizers. My boy Davis Allen going to the Rams. Oh my God. Then you got Puka Nauka. I have no idea who this dude is. Wide receiver for BYU.
Yeah, name I'm not familiar.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that dude. That's a bonus pick. At 177, that's a bonus pick. 2 picks after, they got Davis Allen, by the way. 3 picks after Warren McClendon. Alright, so you're sitting here with 171, 175, 177, 182, 189. What in the world? Look at all these picks. This is some ridiculous nonsense. Alright. I mean, come on. Then
4 in the 5th round alone. Good gracious.
Oh, and here is where the real meat of this draft class is. Round 6. Hodges Tomlinson at 182. Now, y'all know I've been pounding the table all month for this dude. All month. We messed around and let the Rams get Hodges Tomlinson, man. That
was quite a snafu.
Oh my God, man. I literally had to take 5 minutes and just walk away from my stream for just to calm down on that one. That made me mad.
Dang.
That made me hella mad, man. I couldn't even handle that one, bro. I was like, this man is sitting there right when we picked up Jamie Robinson. Right there. We could have the best 4 corners in the league, y'all. The best 4 corners in the league. Picture it. Dante Jackson, J.C. Horn, Hodges Tomlinson, Trey Flowers, if you sign him. Best 4 corners in the league. Prove me wrong. Find me 4 better corners in this league. Find me 4 better ones. On one team.
Long enough, too.
We pick up Jamie Robinson, and here comes the Rams again. Stealing another pick from us. Stealing another one. And that was the mammoth, man. That was the one that broke the camel's back right there. I said, man, are you serious with this? And then you get O'Shawn Mathis, the linebacker out of Nebraska. Okay. Nobody really cares about O'Shawn. Moving on. Zach Evans, the Ole Miss running back. Another one that was on my board. Another one. I mean, what is going on here? What is going on here? But at this point, you got to wonder what's going on here. I mean, this is not a coincidence. This is 4 people off my board right here. At this point, 4 people. I swear if we didn't have some Rams scouts up in this chat watching these VODs, man. Y'all had to be watching on draft day too, because I'm going to tell you, y'all had to be watching on draft day on day 3 too. I'm going to tell you why in a minute. So then you get Ethan Evans, the running back from Wingate. No, the punter from Wingate. Who cares about a punter? When you got this many picks and you can just mess around and get a punter, man, stop. Trade these picks. This is some corny nonsense right here. This is some nonsense right here. Stop, Rams. At this point, I'm just begging them. Stop picking players. I look on the safety board around that time. Here comes Jason Taylor II on that board from Oklahoma State. And I'm thinking, okay, there's no way. I pointed him out. And I'm like, okay, Jason Taylor the second is still there at safety if you're interested in a safety. Sure enough, pick 234, here they come, next pick, and they grab him. Now you gonna tell me this is a coincidence at this point? Nah, dog. Nah. I ain't buying it. You got Deshaun Johnson finishing up at defensive lineman at 259. And I mean, that's Mr. Irrelevant that will not be Mr. Irrelevant. So, I mean, you go back and you look through every position that has been drafted in this Rams crew here. You got offensive guard. You got offensive linebacker. You got defensive lineman or defensive end. You got quarterback. You got an offensive tackle. You got a tight end. You got a wide receiver. You got a corner. You got an outside linebacker. You got a running back, a punter, a safety, and another defensive lineman. I mean, these guys just picked up an entire team in one draft. And we're sitting here.
I mean, straight feasted.
Straight feasted. I mean, the Rams won this draft by 1.5 miles. It's not even close. It's not even remotely close. All that talent on the board, and they're ranked number 29? 29?
And they're...
Who did this? Who did these power rankings? Man, how much of the puff pass did y'all have before this power rankings came out, man? There ain't no way that's a 29 ranking. I'm sorry. There ain't no way. You cannot convince me that's 29. I don't care how many arguments and debates you have. You cannot convince me that's 29 ranking is legitimate. There ain't no way. They ran away with the entire King's Ransom treasure chest of players. These guys raided the gold mine.
He got 29th and the Lions got 7th.
This is insanity. I have never seen this happen in one draft before. I've never seen it. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, but I've never seen that happen before. That is the wildest draft I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
29th. 29th. You cannot be serious with this ranking. I don't even know how to process that. Everybody's acting like, oh, just because they have 14 picks, anybody can pick up a bunch of talent at 14 picks. Okay, but that much talent? That type of talent? I don't think so. Your argument's gone.
It's definitely rare.
They just raided the gem mine, man. They came up with enough gems to buy a mansion. An entire mansion,
Yep.
y'all. That's unacceptable. Now, League, how y'all gonna let them get away with that? How y'all gonna let them get away with that? And the rest of us have like 4 or 5 picks. We're barely struggling to get by and get all our positions filled. And here comes the Rams with all these slaughter picks, man. Just slaughtering everybody. Man, like it's Friday the 13th. Man, you gotta be kidding me with this. I'm not believing this garbage. I'm not. You gonna tell me all of these teams did better than the Rams in this draft? You trying to tell me that right now? That's what you trying to tell me with this poll.
They trying to tell you that, Corey.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I had to address it. Because we're going to... Everybody's trying to act like the Rams draft never existed. Like none of these picks happened. You got all these rankings coming out, and the Rams are not even in the top 10 in none of them. None of them. This makes no sense.
It really does.
If any team is going to get ignored, it's going to be us. Okay? As much as the league hates us for bucking the system in 14 and 15. If any team should be ignored, it's probably going to be us. And yet, we're the most noticed out of the entire thing because Scott Fitter said, oh, we're moving up to number 1. We're going to make sure you notice this offseason. We're going to make doggone sure of it. You know?
Right.
So it's 2 birds with 1 stone by moving up to number 1. Pick 1. We get our quarterback and we make them notice us again. We earn our reputation back. And I applaud Scott for that right there. I applaud Scott. Well done, Scott. I love you for that.
Indeed. Scotty Fitty.
Man, I've been complaining about that for a handful of years, where we weren't respected by the league, you know. But at the same time, we weren't really doing enough to get respected by the league. That's the same, you know, that's the counterpoint. And I understand that. I understand that.
Right.
But the type of talent that we've had over the years, why are we not gaining more respect over the years? You know? And it's because we bucked the system in 14 and 15. You know, be Moneyball, where, you know, you got the Oakland A's that are working on a minimum budget, and yet they still somehow make it to the playoffs on a minimum budget, putting together what they did and bucking the system with a certain stat, you know. And we come out of the woodwork. We got none of, you know, the star players that everybody already knows. And we buck the system. We get 15 and 1, and all of a sudden everybody goes, rah, 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 rah. Who are these guys? These guys shouldn't be doing this. These guys have no business doing this. And we go 15 and 1. We go and we dominate the Cardinals in the NFC Championship game. You know, and everybody's just going, oh, the Panthers are amazing. We lose the Super Bowl, and we're right back where we started. Being the most hated team in the league. And don't tell me it's America's favorite team, the Cowboys, because it ain't in 2016. Nah. It's us. We're right back where we started. What's the common factor? We didn't win a Lombardi.
Yeah, quite a yeah, quite a turning point.
Oh, you'll never be a great team. You never won a Lombardi. That's all I heard during 2016, 2017. All I heard was Cam Newton this, Cam Newton that. Oh, y'all fall out of greatness. And I'm trying to build my channel up and trying to get followers down in 18 and 19. And I'm saying, okay, I want to talk to somebody about something different besides this stuff. You know, and I'm trying to promote my channel. I don't want the same stigma stuff coming up. Because if you keep talking about the same negative stuff about this team, I'll never get any new followers. These guys ain't going to want to join me. Why would they want to join me? Unless I talk about those topics. And it was so frustrating trying to promote the channel during that time period. You know, and that's what it took me so long to get to where I am. I had to earn these followers one at a time. You know, through conversations about other topics. And that's... Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand. You know, I had to change the subject to Luke Kuechly. I had to change the subject to Thomas Davis. You know?
Like, you know, there's some fans out there. Y'all gotta remember, this is not Madden. Like, so many folks want to look at that 15-1 season like a one-hit wonder, a fluke, or whatnot. And
Facts.
it's like some fans out there are expecting, oh, I want an offense that can consistently score 40 plus points a game. This ain't Madden. This is the NFL. This is where the pros play. The pros that are there playing for a reason. To have that kind of expectation is ridiculous. Yes, there are going to be games where we, you know, walk away with the score, you know, double digit, you know, points, whatever.
Facts.
There's going to be games where we may win on last second field goal, last second touchdown, you know, last second defensive stop with us in the lead. You know, there's going to be big wins. There's going to be ugly wins. But the fact of the matter is the wins add up to the record the same way a trouncing of a game. It still counts on the record. And I just wish people will realize that. Because you look at any team that's had success in winning a Super Bowl, there's going to be those close games. There's going to be those annihilations. There's going to be those comebacks. I mean, it's part of it. Like, you mean to tell me, like, how is it that much less of a reward of a team that goes undefeated and wins the Super Bowl versus a team that makes the wild card and wins the Super Bowl? It's the same outcome, and it counts just as much as the same.
Yep, the Rams know that better than anybody. They had those low scores, you know, during their Super Bowl run. You know, and I'll throw in a couple of my own. You know, the Colts game, the rainy overtime Colts game that I sat through. You know, that counts. Absolutely, on our run. That counts.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We had those messy games where we barely squeaked out a win, but we got it. We got it. And don't you know it, we only lost to the Falcons by 3 points, y'all. 3 points that year. I just want y'all to keep that in mind.
Yeah, facts.
One turnover, one big play, and we win that one too, and we get a perfect season. Think about that for a minute. This is not Madden. You're not going to have a perfect season. The rarity of that happening is like 1 billion to 1. 1 billion to 1. That we would put together a team that nasty, that disgusting, that dirty, and manage to get, you know, that many wins out of that season. I mean, out of a bunch of people that are not household names. How do we do it?
Not to mention the same season where folks counted us out in the beginning when Mr. Kelvin Benjamin went down.
Yep. The second KB went down, everybody said, "Oh, the Panthers ain't worth nothing. Panthers ain't gonna do nothing. They're trash." You know, y'all didn't look at our roster, did you? Y'all didn't even bother to come to our training camps. Y'all didn't come to our preseason games. Y'all didn't even watch. And it shows. It shows every time. Because all these draft analysts want to act like they know this team. And they don't come out to these training camps. They don't do nothing. They don't come out to this stuff. Yet they think they understand this team. They get the needs wrong every year. Every year. On that ESPN board. Every year. And they want to try to tell us who we should draft. Man, get out of here. Let us do our own business. Let the adults talk, man. You know, that actually have a horse in this race. You know? I'm so sick of all these people that don't have a horse in the race talking about, oh, the Panthers are this and this and that. Nah, y'all don't have a horse in the race. Get out of here. Get out of here. Y'all don't know nothing about this team. Stop trying to put words in our mouths. Stop trying to act like you know about this team, because you don't.
And not only that, for all the folks that have hated on the Raging Cajun Jake Delhomme, most of fans forgotten that man had at least 15 plus fourth-quarter comeback victories in his pro NFL career. A lot of people have forgotten that. Not to mention, I won't ever forget, I don't remember exactly which team Carolina was playing against, but I won't ever forget. It was one of the wins that Jake Delhomme sealed. It was a fourth and 3, if I remember correctly, and he ran a quarterback bootleg and got the yardage himself. Nobody expected it. He ran a bootleg, a fake handoff bootleg, and got the first down. And I won't ever forget that play, like him just rubbing it in everybody's faces. Because, I mean, Jake Delhomme was never a dual threat cornerback, you know?
Yeah. That's a fact. So, I mean, getting back on track here, man. We're looking at some of these undrafted people. And I also want to point out the fact that Chandler Jones is making people question whether what we're doing with Justin McCray. What are we doing there? Yeah, how much do we pay for Justin McCray? Let's find out how much we pay for Justin McCray. I got you.
Let's see.
I got it. $1.7 million.
Oh, okay. Cool deal.
$1.7 million. So you pay for a guard for $1.7 million, and then you immediately go out and you draft a guard? Tell me how that makes sense.
So it's looking like potentially this Justin McCray could potentially be the starter if Austin Corbett can't go week 1.
That's what I was thinking. And then we got Chandler, which has starter potential. Nobody wants to talk about the fact that he's got starter potential, but I will. I'll say it. I watched this man at NC State. I should know because he battled my Clemson Tigers. And he shut down a couple of my Tigers pass rushers.
And then I've even heard, like, many mention the idea of potentially potentially Chandler and Iquanu perhaps playing side by side on that line.
Yep.
I mean, because they did it back at NC State, and actually there were a few. I remember there was somebody had posted some clips of some of their work together, and I have to say, especially on those outside runs and stuff, like they actually did pretty well together.
Yep. There's a video of us drafting Chandler. I'm trying to find it. It gets in here somewhere. There it is. Let's play that.
Hello?
Hey Chandler, it's Claire with the Carolina Panthers. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Good. How you feeling? You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling real good.
Okay, awesome. Well, I'm gonna put you on the phone with our owner, David Tepper. We're about to take you here in this pick right here. 1 sec.
Okay.
You ready to play next to Icky?
Yes, sir. You know I am.
I know you are. Anyway, listen, we're really happy to get you. I'm going to point you at the coach. I'm sure Icky's going to be excited. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you go.
Hey man, congrats.
Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, we've been sitting here with the fingers crossed, hoping that you'd be here, and we're super excited to get you on this team. And like Mr. Tepper said, back next to Icky and giving you a chance to compete and make a big impact here. But we got a great O-line room, right? You're going to fit in great with these guys, so we're super excited.
Okay, thank you.
Chad.
Okay, so before Scott even talks, you got Tepper just bouncing around in the back, just like happy as heck, clapping like a seal. And I'm just going, wow, this is how great of a pick this is. You know what I mean? And all of this says to me, he's going to be a starter. He's going to be a starter.
That's what a lot of people are predicting.
He's going to be a starter. But who is he going to replace, though? You got to replace a Pro Bowl Corbett. Rain check on that? Because last time I checked, Corbett is a monster on the line. If that man stays healthy, he stays on the field, he's lasting the entire year. You could bet on that.
Oh yeah.
And we ain't going down, man.
Champion as well.
Yeah, with Chandler sitting behind him, bruh, that's a monster. That's a monster. And McCall is just that one guy that we stopped for 1.7. We'll probably never keep him. He's third in the depth chart. I mean, what?
We gotta remember, we still also got 2 more years of Corbett, because that was only his first year on his contract.
Yeah, and you got McCall, who is a right guard. Sitting over there on the other side. Who is he backing up on the right side? Who do we have on the right side? We got I'm trying to remember.
So we're talking the right side, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
I'm looking at it myself, and I'm trying to find.
So Cade next to Justin McCray.
It looks like it might be shoot, Brady Christensen. Got to sit behind Brady Christensen and battle for that spot. But when Brady Christensen was drafted, he was a tackle. All right, so this dude is versatile, so they decided to put him at right guard. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, so you're gonna have Chandler behind him. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, that's explained by the interview that Scott Fitterer did, that I got a hold of yesterday, where he said Brady Christensen got hurt with a leg injury last year in that Buccaneers game. He got worried about it, so he said, "Okay, let's get that right guard." So you got McCall sitting over the left guard behind Corbett. You got Chandler sitting at right guard behind Brady Christensen. You got Cade Mays, who's going to be backing up both the tackle spots. You know, Icky and Taylor Moton. In my mind, we still need another tackle. Either a left tackle or a right tackle. Okay, so we look at the undrafted tackles, right? And there was one name that you mentioned that caught my attention, and I don't remember who it was. Read out those tackles again that we got undrafted.
Okay, right on.
This is important stuff, guys. This is why we're covering this, because if we can make sure that this offensive line is shored up, then we won't have anything to worry about with Bryce Young at all. You know, and everybody's going to feel a lot better about this pick at pick round one. You know.
So, supposedly the word is that Austin Corbett should be ready week 1. Hopefully, maybe by middle of the preseason.
That's what I'm hearing too.
Brady Quinn, not sure.
Let me see if somebody posted the listing of undrafteds.
Because I want to say
Did we do it?
There was a spotlight on.
Did we put those up?
I could be wrong. Let's see.
Did somebody put it up or no? I don't think they did. Shoot, man. Trying to find the list. No, I don't think it's up. Excuse me. I don't think it's on the page. But I know somebody sent it to me.
So, yeah. So, we tore his ACL the season finale. Wait.
Where's the list? On the list. Let me add the screen while I try to find it in private chat, alright?
So, 9 months, about 9 months recovery time.
Okay, 9 months recovery time. Got you.
Which the regular season starts in 9 months, so.
Right.
So yeah, that's about,
He'll be
that's
ready.
about the timeline. I mean, he's been mainly just rehabbing and just doing,
There we go.
off-season workouts and stuff like that. So he's been getting at it.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. I'm gonna get to this Bryce Young interview in a minute, but I want to look at these undrafteds first. Let's make sure we cover these undrafteds.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, so let me show this on screen. There we go. And we're gonna start, with obviously the tackle Ricky Lee. That's the conversation starter that I wanted to cover right now. Now,
So you want to start with Ricky Lee?
yeah. Which side of the line does he play on, first of all? Is he a left tackle? Is he a right tackle? Which side is he?
So according to the ESPN depth chart, they have him third string left tackle.
Left tackle. Okay, so if you put Ricky Lee behind Icky, that means Cade Mays has to go behind Taylor Moton on the right side, since he's versatile.
And
Yeah.
apparently, I learned from my dad, he was a North Carolina Central transfer. He transferred from Central to A&T.
Okay. Do we have any numbers on him? Let's read those off for people that need to know about this. We need to know what's on our offensive line. Point blank, period.
Okay, so in the 2018 season with NCCU, he started all 11 games at right tackle.
Okay, I like that.
And then played 2019, 12 games, and then 2020 was the COVID season. 2021, so the only thing they have here is, okay, so he entered 2021 as the Aggies left tackle, starting left tackle.
Okay.
And then
So he can play both.
he was on the two deep depth chart at left tackle. So
All right.
He was right side in NCCU, left side at A&T. Now, in the 2021 season, started all 11 games for the Aggies, played the second most snaps on the team among offensive linemen with 648, posted a grade of 80 during the season with 475 positive plays, 16 domination blocks, posted an 88 grade on 41 plays against Robert Morris October 2nd, and then an 83 grade, had 4 domination blocks on 61 plays against North Alabama.
Okay. So, what all did he allow during his last year at left tackle? And what all did he allow during his time at right tackle?
Let's see.
Let's compare the two, because I want to know what we're getting here.
See, they don't have that posted on the
I figured they
on
wouldn't.
the A&T site.
Excuse me.
Then, I'm trying to think, when did
Hanging in there.
he, well, see, that's the only thing that they don't have listed.
That doesn't surprise me at all. It's tough enough to find out which side of the line these guys play at, unless you find the snap counts, which are a pain in the rear end to find when you're scouting these guys.
Yeah.
And even
But
then,
at
they
least-
don't tell
at
you
least
which
that's
side of the
not-
line.
At least we know the last position he played for his final 2 years at A&T was left tackle.
Okay. All right. So that tells me with the number of snaps that you just read out, okay, this dude's going to be predominantly a left tackle backup to Icky. Alright, so that means Cade Mays is shifting over to right tackle backup to Taylor Moton. That makes me feel good. You know, if this dude is legitimate and he is everything is advertised, you know, this Ricky Lee, I think we got a winner here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not. I think it's too early to tell.
305 pounds.
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell. I would go ahead and sign one more tackle and just make sure in free agency. You know, if you got the extra cash, which we do. I would go ahead and do that just to be sure. You know, that's my advice. You know, create some competition. Let's find out how good this dude really is. You know, test him against an actual proven veteran. You know, and let's see which one's better. And if you're not feeling him, you know, we go back into next year's draft and we go and we get another offensive tackle, or we sign a free agent. That's better. You know, whatever we have to do. But tackle position, we have got to seal this up, y'all. This is the last position on this line. And we can't have Cade Mays just going Superman mode, going both sides, you know, and wearing himself out. You know, we can't have him doing that all year. We've had enough of the musical chairs offensive linemen, you know, over the past 7 years. How much more are we willing to put up with? It's time to seal that up. For good this time.
Now here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Now, say, just going through the motions, training camp and all that, let's say Chandler does prove himself and happens to get, say, starting left guard position. Let's say he beats out Brady Christensen for it. You know, not saying he will, but because Brady Christensen,
I see where you're going with this.
You know,
I see where you're going with this.
Remember, BYU he did play left tackle, not BYU, or BYU.
Yeah, BYU. Mm-hmm.
There's that opportunity to get, you know, some more, like.
He was predominantly a left tackle. He was predominantly a left tackle, but yes, he can play right tackle as well. If asked to.
Gotcha.
So yeah, knowing what I know about that now, you know, I think that's a very interesting scenario. I see where these guys are going with this, and I like it. You know,
the only thing that I'm concerned about is you have to admit this line built such great chemistry last season.
Mm-hmm. That if you take him out of the starting five, it would be tough to replace that chemistry of Brady Christensen in there. And I agree with that.
But I do have confidence that it can be adjusted because, like I said, Bradley Bozeman, which I was praising God that we, you know, extended for with Ryan Khalil, one of the best centers we've ever had in Panthers franchise history.
Mm-hmm.
But Bradley Bozeman has come in and become the leader of that offensive line.
Ryan Khalil 2.0. I've officially dubbed him Ryan Khalil 2.0. I've got his jersey, y'all. I've got his jersey. What more do you need to know?
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah. I wore that Bozeman jersey to the draft party. Yeah, I was sitting up there in Charlotte, Bank of America Stadium, with a Bozeman jersey on. Yes, sir. Repping the man proudly.
That's what's up. Yeah.
Repping the man proudly. Nobody had that jersey, by the way. Everybody's wearing all the other ones.
Which he is loving it here in North Carolina, in the Carolinas so far.
I'm telling you, if that man was walking around, he would have signed that jersey. I guarantee it. Because nobody else is wearing that jersey. You could bet on it. Yeah.
telling you, I was, for the whole, like, last few months before it happened, I was like, they better not let Bradley Bozeman go. Oh, I will pitch a fit.
Oh, I would have raised some cane up in here, man. I would have raised some cane up in this channel if we lose Bozeman. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's the one, man, you don't let it get away, man. And the second we signed that, man, I was actually out doing some grocery shopping, man. Dude, I was trying so hard to contain my excitement when I got the news over the phone. I got it from like 4 or 5 people. My phone was blowing up in the middle of a Walmart. And I was going nuts, dude. Oh my God. I was like pumping my fist, and I saw people like looking over like, what is wrong with this dude?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just sitting there with my Panthers hat on, and y'all just don't understand what just happened. Y'all don't understand what just happened. We just secured our future. That's what just happened. We secured our future. It just happened right then. Right there. That day.
Yeah.
And I just knew. I knew.
Indeed.
I knew we were going to be alright at that moment. I knew we were going to be alright. I mean, whew. Alright.
And it definitely translated to quite a turnaround, bringing in, Equanu, Bozeman, Corbett, like, instant turnaround.
The second we got Bozeman, Corbett wanted to come here. The second we got Bozeman.
Oh, yeah.
You knew. You already knew this man had chemistry with Bozeman already. And you knew, when we signed both of them, I was like, yes!
Exactly.
Yes! Yes! I was like, how did we get both of these guys? I was like, how did you do that? Scott, you're a magician. I was like, there's no way.
100%.
We were sitting at 7 million in the red. 7 million in the red, ladies and gentlemen, before he started doing all this stuff. That man's a magician.
So
That man's a Houdini.
I'm confident, even with a little bit of tweaking of the O-line, I think that chemistry is going to remain solid. I mean, we got our leader, and like I said, when Austin, when he's good, he'll be back. I don't think he'll miss a beat. Same thing with Christensen. Get a little bit of the rust out, but I think we should be fine.
I agree.
Maybe a little bit of tweaking, but I think we should be good.
I definitely agree. I think there's potential there. Alright, let's move on to linebacker position. Okay, so we get Bumper Pool. Now,
that I think have a solid chance of breaking out.
I'm going to be watching Poole very, very closely because David pointed him out during this whole process, and I was just hoping and praying this man would actually not be drafted and come to us. And while we're on the subject of the offensive line as well, I was watching Emil Icor as well, and I was hoping that man would fall out of the draft board too to us. And I knew if that man was sitting on the undrafted board, we got to jump on this man quick. I mean, lightning quick, because somebody's going to grab him. That's too much talent at right guard for people not to see that. We ended up getting Nash Jensen, but I'm going to tell you, if Emil was sitting right there on that undrafted board right after that draft, jump on him. Jump on him quick. So you got all that treasure trove of offensive linemen sitting there in the third and fourth. And here comes Emil sitting there. Goes to the third, goes to the fourth, goes to the fifth. And I'm thinking, how is this man still on the board? How? I didn't say it. I didn't want to tip any teams off to him. But I saw him. And I'm sitting there going, how? How? Again, how? Same thing with Hodges Tomlinson. How? I don't understand. And he gets picked up in the 7th round, and I'm going, no. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. That is a perfect second string help for what we've got on the board right now in our starting 5. Perfect. You couldn't ask for anybody better. Man. I think the Colts got him, but we got unlucky there.
I guess between those two, Ajake and Poole, I guess, are you more sold on Poole?
I am. I'll watch both of them, but I am for now. Both of them are inside linebacker. And remember how I was saying we needed an inside linebacker. We needed a Mike. We didn't need a Sam or, an outside. We needed a Mike for this 3-4 defense. And Bumper Poole and Ajake will battle it out for that spot. So we're going to find out which one of these two is going to be the starter. The other one's going to be a second stringer behind them. But we're keeping both. Neither one of those guys are leaving that roster.
I think that's wise.
Yeah, neither one of them are leaving this roster. Both of them are going to be on the 53. Now, it's the outside linebackers that's a massive question. It's a bunch of camp bodies. Moore, Leota, both of those guys are camp bodies. I don't see either one of them sticking. Practice squad, maybe. For one of them. But when you're talking linebacker, yeah. Ajake and Poole, both of them are making the 53. Consider we didn't draft a Mike.
Agreed.
So. Alright, so that makes me feel better about the not drafting a Mike, and going after that in the undrafted. So let's move on to defensive end. We got Jalen Redmond. Fantastic pickup. I love this dude. I can't even believe this man didn't go drafted.
Yeah.
I can't even believe it. I saw his name in the 7th round. I was like, if somebody don't pick this guy up, it's a crime. It's a crime. And he's still sitting there. Oklahoma guy, man.
I definitely think he'll make it.
Yeah, he'll make it. That's my top guy on this entire list right there. He's making it. No question. Alright, so you got DJ Johnson, who's supposedly gonna play on the other side. Where Brian Burns was. For the 3-4.
Yeah. Oh man, the dude has 14 sacks. Nice.
Yeah, Redmond.
And a fumble return for a touchdown. Forced fumble and fumble return for a touchdown.
Yeah, Redmond is a beast. I watched his highlights. I scouted this dude. So, yeah. He was on my radar from the very beginning. I didn't think he would make it out of the 4th round. If he did, early 5th. There's a lot of talent going before him. Byron Young, all these other guys. I thought, 4th or 5th round is fair. With all the talent going off the board. I did not expect that man to last that long into the 7th round and still be there. But then again, you look at all the other talent. Hodges Tomlinson was still there. You know, all these other people in the backfield were still there. So, you know, maybe I could justify it. But he goes undrafted?
Yeah, it was crazy that
He goes undrafted?
fell to number 6. That was crazy.
This man goes undrafted, y'all. And we get him.
Mm-hmm.
Steal of the undrafted chart right there. Steal. We got the best one of the people that were still out there. Alright, so let's move on to corner. Because corner is a major area of concern.
Rajon Wright.
Yeah, Rajon Wright.
That's the name that I've been hearing many people talk about. Rajon Wright.
Same.
Because the main thing that stands out with him, dude has 4 interceptions with Oregon State. Not only that, like, look at those solo just 44 total tackles, 32 of them solo, 38 total tackles of 2022, 24 of them solo. Dude seems like he can hit wrap up, and then he has 4 career interceptions. Like, I think he's going to surprise us, and not to mention, look at that, 17 total passes deflected.
That's the big number right there. I want people to pay attention to that one. Because if you're going deep coverage against some of these talented wide receivers, and we got some talented ones out there, that's a big number that I want people to know, you know, and watch. You know, if he could replicate that at the NFL level, we got a baller on our hands. That's the number 3 spot right there.
Because my thing was, I mean, you think back to Josh Norman.
Yep.
The dude didn't have a whole ginormous number of interceptions with us, but
Right.
his pass deflected numbers were freaking high.
Yes, they were. I was very, very proud of that as a Panthers fan. You know, when I was talking about Josh, you know, before that whole mess with his agent, you know, that cost him his spot here in Carolina. All people were talking about was his pass deflections and how good he was, and, you know, that entire year. And, you know, he was a yak stopper. These guys could not get anything past him. Yes, sir. Give me that yak stop. You know how big that stat is for me.
And not to mention, and then when you think about it, you know, like transitioning to Rajon Wright, you know, this ain't no small guy, 6'2", 200 pounds. Like,
Right. We might have a baller on our hands here. You know, and we're looking for somebody for that number 3 spot. I think Wright might be the guy. Alright, so if Wright is the guy, then you do it with Colby Richardson and Mark Milton for that last spot, because we didn't pick up CJ's option. So, which one of those two is going to win that job?
yeah. I mean, Mark Milton, Baylor guy. I mean, I hate to say it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Baylor guy, Matt Cool. I mean, but I mean, we gotta keep it a buck. This is okay, CJ Henderson. This is the last straw for you, unless you break out and like do well enough to make the Pro Bowl. It's not gonna be worth keeping him.
Right. And I want him traded. I don't want him tossed. I want him traded. I want value. Stop cutting these people without getting some value out of it. We need picks. Not just money. Picks. I want to make that very clear.
Ultimately, the one that hurt me the most was we did not keep Stephon Gilmore, who is from Rock Hill and loves it here.
What did we trade for him to get him? Somebody remind me. I think we traded a 6th rounder or something like that for him. It was like we traded a ham sandwich for him, you know?
Oh man, that's a good question.
It worked out well, you know?
Because I mean, he was eligible for the
Yep.
hometown discount. So I mean,
Yeah.
because he didn't really take that much money from what I remember when he went to Indy.
Oh. Oh. And we can't forget the fact that Sam Franklin got that deal too. Sam Franklin got that deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Which I know he's known for special teams, but he has, been in the lineup on defense before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about Eric Rowe. We got Eric Rowe as well. Another versatile
Yep.
DB.
I was just looking at him. Big man, 5 career interceptions and 6 forced fumbles.
For competition, like
Mm-hmm.
oof, nice.
That's some nasty competition back there at safety, man. We're good at safety. We don't need another one. That's why I was looking at Jamie Robinson. I was going, what? What are you doing?
Oh yeah, that's right. He can do safety and nickel.
Yeah. Yeah, so why are we messing around with Jamie Robinson when we don't even need another safety, man? We needed a corner. And you're sitting there with Hodges Tomlinson.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh.
Yeah,
Think about this, man, for a second. You looking at this list of undrafteds. Combine that with Hodges Tomlinson. Oh man.
Yep.
Oh man. Alright, so add in Rashawn White with Hodges Tomlinson, J.C. Horn, and Dante Jackson. Oh my God, that's nasty.
Yeah. Oh shoot.
That's nasty. You're not gonna find a better 4 corners set of
3.0.
You're not finding a better set of 4 corners in the league. You're not. You're not, y'all. And Keith Taylor's a bonus. Keith Taylor's that bonus that's just sitting around on the bench. Because we're not keeping CJ. And Keith Taylor's next. Keith, you're on notice. We're replacing you next.
Yeah. Good point.
Next draft, we're replacing you. There's no question about that. You're gone. After that.
Well, like I said, unless he
Step
just
up.
does the last ditch effort and he makes the Pro Bowl,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't consider bringing him back.
Mm-hmm. He better have a heck of a season.
That's like the one
Break your
exception
glass ceiling,
I would
Keith.
Consider. And,
You're on notice.
If bringing back CJ, if he makes the Pro Bowl, then I will definitely consider bringing him back.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Bruh. Oh, man. Alright, so yeah, I think Kobe Robbins
probably,
Richardson is going to win
so
that
looking at
last spot.
No, so we're.
He's going to be battling with Keys for that last spot. And like I said, Keith, you want to notice Colby's about to give you some heat, bro. Bro, he's coming for you. He's coming for you in that training camp. You better be ready.
Oh man.
Them LSU people don't mess around. You know who coaches that team, right? Then you know they don't mess around.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did 1 year at LSU, and then before he was at a college I've never heard of before called the McNeese Cowboys.
What
Never
is
heard of
that?
them.
Where is that? Never heard of that one.
Apparently he had 3 interceptions with them.
Mm. Alright, so we got Nico Bolden from Kent State at safety. I mean, all of these people that we picked up on this list are major positions of need, by the way.
Dude has 5 forced fumbles. I mean, 5 total forced fumbles in his college career. I mean, that's unique for a safety.
It is. It is.
Pretty much became a tackling machine when he went to Kent State.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 48 solo tackles, 64 solo tackles in 2021 and 2022. That's pretty dang on good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For sure.
Was good, Lot Poppy.
That dude's around every stream, man. I love this guy. And he's the only person to actually ask for an admin spot. You know, to take care of people in the chat. I'm like, okay. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Fair enough.
I love it. I love it. When you get people volunteer for jobs, man, and creating their own jobs, let's go. That's what I love to see. That's that energy, man, that we want to bring up in here, man.
Now, how are you feeling about the? Now, how do you feel about the 2 offensive weapons, Cam Peoples, Josh Van?
Yeah. Let's discuss that. This wide receiver room is way too crowded already. I see either Josh Van making the 53 or Shy Smith making the 53. One of the two is going to be gone by the end of this training camp. And I would not be surprised if it's Shy Smith.
Yeah, that's a good point. Our wide receiver room is pretty big right now.
I'm going to make a prediction. I would not be surprised if it's Shy. Competition from your own Gamecocks Nation coming up in here in training camp, man. You better step up. And let's not forget, Shy Smith got in trouble with the law, too. Yep. People think I forgot about that. Nope.
Because I would say, sure, that, of course, Thielen, Chark, TMJ,
Yeah.
Mingo, LaVisca, Hope will be on there. Demir Bird, I'm pretty sure will at least be on return
Yep.
team.
Yep. We might put him in
then
for
it
a few
just-
packages at
It's
wide
really up to
receiver.
Shy really.
Stepping up. He's on notice. As far as I'm concerned, he hadn't done anything. He hadn't done anything to catch my attention. Not since that first year.
Yeah,
You got to start stepping up. You got to put in some numbers. You got to put in some work. I need to see it during this preseason. I ain't even worried about regular season. Do it in preseason. Show me something. Do it against some live opponents.
yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
I mean, even Derek Wright showed some flash in last year's preseason.
Yeah, man, I'm not letting you off the hook this year. Nah, I'm not, you're not getting no exclusive crutches or nothing this year. I'm going hard on you. You either step up or you gone. Period. Point blank. I'm tired of sitting on talent that's not doing anything. We got too much competition, man.
And then Cam Peoples, running back. I mean, our running back room.
Cam Peoples is gonna be a practice squad, man.
I was thinking that, or him and Spencer are gonna battle for that spot. Because, I mean,
yeah.
But then again, it's usually what 3 running back set. So that's what Miles Sanders, Chuba Hubbard, Raheem Blackshear are the main 3.
And we're trying to run a 4 running back system, so you've got Spencer Brown in there. So yeah, Cam Peoples is gonna be on a practice squad. He's gonna be there, but
the interesting thing
he won't be gone,
actually,
but he'll still be on that practice squad.
On this list, Cam Peoples, he's the biggest at 6'2", 225.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see him versus Spencer Brown. I'll be watching that battle very closely in training camp. Because I've got an eye on running backs in training camp every year. Y'all already know this. I'm watching y'all every year. Alright, so Nash Jensen is probably going to be a practice squad guy if he even makes it. Alright, so that's my take on these guys. You still got Iku. Iku and Travis, probably practice squad people if they even make it. Probably not this camp bodies. So, that's your list.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited battle at the competition. I'm very excited on the offensive side and defensive side.
I'm going to give a little bit of a preview on this. What you're going to be looking for in training camp when it comes to battles this tight. Because we've seen this in 14 and 15. And it's starting to come back. That competitiveness is starting to come back. So what you're looking for is even, back and forth, tit for tat. Offense, defense wins. Offense wins, defense wins. They balance each other out. And you'll see it every 2 or 3 plays. And that's how you know that these guys are balanced properly. And they're playing well. And they're doing what they're supposed to be doing in these 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 drills. And if they're not, they run them back through the individual drills again. They say, okay, let's run the corner drills. Let's work on your footwork. Let's work on your hands. Things of that nature. So that's what you're going to see in training camp. That training camp is a massive stepping stool for hands and footwork.
It's going to be really good with the offense now that we have a true pass catching tight end in Hayden Hurst. Because we got to remember, Hayden Hurst had more receiving yards last season than Ian Thomas and Tommy Tremble combined. So can you imagine how that's really going to factor into the passing game?
Yep.
Like now that we have it.
Yep. Everybody all month, that's what I was hearing was, oh, we didn't get a tight end. We didn't get a tight end. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Did y'all check his numbers? Don't even try to come up in this chat with that cap.
Folks also got to remember we re-signed Stephon Sullivan as well. So we got more tight ends in the room.
Sullivan was kind of that 50-50 guy for me. Like, he was a good blocker, but that's about all he did. And I'm hoping that there might be a tad bit more we can get out of him, but I'm not seeing much more of a glass ceiling than what we've already seen. And that makes me a little bit concerned that we need to upgrade there. Ian Thomas has been sitting here for a good 3-4 years. He hasn't broken that glass ceiling, but I know that glass ceiling is there. I know it's there. I've seen it the first year he came in.
Yeah.
And I said, there's more here than he's showing. There's way more here than he's showing. He's got to get those fumbles cleaned up. He's got to get those catches cleaned up. And watch what he does.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know,
I just think
if you clean this dude up, man.
I feel that it's there. He just has to get the opportunities.
Exactly. And all we had him doing was blocking and doing screenplays during Matt Rule's time, you know, in these garbage offenses. And I'm sitting there like, you're wasting this man's golden years and his talent. Give him something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Stop having him block. Anybody can block out there. Well, if that's what your goal is, why don't we just hire like 15 offensive linemen out there? Like, stop it, guys. You're mismanaging the man. It's obvious.
Yeah.
God, it's obvious. And I'm sitting there like, we could do better than this. We could definitely do better than this. And that's why I say, okay, let's give him a year or two under proper management. Let's see if he can break that glass ceiling then. Then, if he doesn't, then I'm okay with trading him. Because he's still worth something. You know, you don't want to toss that to the Wolves and then have somebody manage him correctly and have him break the glass ceiling, you know, without getting some type of value out of it. Other than just money.
Oh, and I believe there'll be a turnaround. I mean, having somebody like Frank Reich, an offensive-minded coach, with the combo of, you know, Thomas Brown, offensive coordinator, Parks Frazier, passing game coordinator. I mean, I think there's going to be quite a turnaround in a passing game, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And let's not forget about Deonte Brown. Y'all keep forgetting about Deonte Brown. This man has not gotten any reps. Give him reps. That's number one I need to see in this training camp. Give that man reps. That's the only way he's going to learn.
Right now, he's sitting at 6'4", 335 pounds.
You don't draft an Alabama offensive lineman in the third round if you're not going to use him. Come on, Matt Rule. You know better than that.
And we have seen flashes of him. We have seen flashes of him.
Yeah. I mean, the dude's got talent. There's no question. And, I mean, there's your guard help, you know, at third string. There it is. And I think...
We got to remember, he was the first team All-SEC selection, you know, back in 2020. Started all 13 games at left guard, only allowed one pressure.
That's a fact, man.
The potential is there.
Yeah, so, I mean, with that in mind, you're looking at Corbett, McCall, and then Deonte Brown. If Deonte Brown proves himself. He's got to prove himself in preseason now. If he does, he gets that third string. Easy. It's easy money. All you got to do is earn it. Come on, Deonte. Show me something in this preseason, dog. I need to see it. Alright. So that's pretty much what your team's going to look like this year, man. I think we got a lot of potential here. I think if we can keep this rolling, you know, and we get one more draft next year, it's going to look even nastier. We're going to be replacing Steven Sullivan. We're going to be replacing probably Ian Thomas. We're going to be replacing Spencer Brown back there. Probably one of the rookies that's not going to pan out. We're going to be replacing him next year. You know, it's... I mean, what I need to see every year is us draft one offensive lineman and one corner every year. Non-stop. Okay? The reason being is that's all I heard about for 6 or 7 years of problem spots. It is those two right there. And I said, enough's enough. We need to lock this down. Like ASAP. This needs to stop.
Yeah, agreed.
I am not hearing no more problems with the O-line no more. No more problems with corner no more. This has got to stop. Buck stops here with new management. And Scott Fitterer. But I think we got a real good chance. All right, so let's kind of pull up that schedule for this year. Let's take a look at what we got coming up. 2023 opponents.
Yes.
All right, so the home opponents, obviously we got division. And we got no excuse not to beat the Falcons twice. Okay? None.
Right.
I'm not accepting that no more.
Like I said, we Tampa Bay better be a sweep.
That better be a sweep, too. Yeah. Tom Brady ain't there no more. That's a sweep. And if y'all can't close out the sweep, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna hold the guilty parties accountable. Y'all know I will.
I think looking at the NFC South, the only team that I could think of that might split with us are the Saints.
I would agree with that. They still got some talent in New Orleans.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to the Colts. The Colts AR is going to be easy to figure out. All we do is just put people back in the secondary and blitz the man. That's not going to be a problem. You know, as long as we handle our business against the Colts, we got to win right there. All right, so let's take that into account. We're just talking about home games now. That's 2, 4, 5. 5 wins. The Texans do not scare me right now either. That's 6. That's 6 wins already, y'all. That's 6 wins. Now, the teams that might be a problem at home could be Green Bay if they figure out their quarterback situation. Minnesota if they figure out their defense problem. And Dallas, you know, obviously, defensively, they're going to shut us down. You know, we're going to have a problem there.
Unfortunately, Minnesota, like, we lost the last 2 meetings to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Dallas, I believe, the last 2 meetings, too.
Those 3 are going to be a problem.
We got to wait and see on that. I'm curious to see when on the schedule we'll have to play the Texans, because, you know, maybe we'll get an idea of what they'll be like depending on when we have them in the schedule. So Texans, we'll see. Colts, I agree with you on. Green Bay, I mean, they extended, I think, Jordan Love by a year. Green Bay, I mean, we have them at home. I mean, the last couple of times we've had them on the road. So
we have the advantage. We have the home crowd advantage. That is going to make a difference.
So, because, I mean, home field advantage and no Aaron Rodgers.
Y'all got to come out for that game. Show up. Support against Green Bay. If y'all want to win that game, y'all got to show up. I'm talking to the fans, the casual observers. Get out there. Buy a ticket. Show up. Don't just buy a ticket and don't show up. Get your butt in the seat. We need that game.
So for the home game, so what were you saying the number of wins for home game? 6 at least.
6 for now. I'm 50-50 on that Vikings game right now. But if Green Bay figures themselves out, that's a problem. Dallas is going to be a problem as well. So the Vikings on 50-50 on. We figured out ways to deal with Kirk Cousins, but you know that defense of the Vikings was a problem last year. They were a problem.
Right.
That's why I'm saying it's 50-50 for me.
So, I guess shall we switch gears to the away side?
Yeah. Alright, so we've already established, Falcons is 2 wins. We've already established Buccaneers is 2 wins. So that's 2 wins right off the gate. Right off the gate on the way. All right.
Right.
Now we have trouble in the Saints Dome. Always we have trouble in the Saints Dome. We have a horrible record in the Dome.
Yeah, the Saints could be hit or miss.
Yeah, that if there's any game that we lose between us and the Saints, it's going to be this away one. I feel like. So,
Fair.
and typically that shows up around December on most schedules that we've had. So, that's going to be right in the thick of our playoff race. Now, if we win that game, to the victor goes the spoils.
Which is capable. We got to remember we did sweep the Saints last season, so it's not out of the question.
Yep. And we beat them at home, but we lost to them on the road, which I expected. I was counting on that. All right, so let's talk about the Bears that are terrible. That's a win. Come on. The Bears, really?
Which?
Y'all are scared of the Bears?
Oh, the Bears.
The only person that's really scary on that team is DJ Moore. And we can shut him down. We have 2 corners capable of doing that. I'm not scared of the Bears.
Oh, yeah.
The Titans, I'm not scared of the Titans right now. Unless they really catch fire with that quarterback, Will Levis. Which I doubt it. But the thing is, and people ignored this, was the fact that they got a backup running back behind Henry. A very quality running back. And that could be dangerous. We got to deal with the running game. But we can deal with Levis. That won't be an issue. Rookie quarterback, we put the heat on him, deal with the run game, we're good. That's a win. So that's 4 wins right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough environment.
Although we did beat them in Seattle last time we played them.
Yep.
So there's that, but we don't want to underestimate the difficulty playing Seattle in Seattle.
Right. So, I'm going to call that a 50-50 game for now. As long as we take that game seriously, we come in there and we play well like we normally do, we should be okay. We should come down to the wire with them, and I don't know how it's going to go down. It depends on the game once you kick off, Dolphins. Dolphins have been loading up a little bit lately. Slowly but surely they've been loading up. So this is going to be a tougher game than people think it is. Much tougher game than people think it is.
Yeah, agree.
If you come in there thinking this is the typical Dolphins team of the past, you're going to lose. And a lot of teams are going to fall into that trap. They did last year. Don't be the ones to fall into that trap as well. Alright? I'm telling y'all. Don't fall into that trap.
Agreed.
Or we will take an L.
I remember the last time we beat the Dolphins, we still had Greg Olson. So I think it's been a while since we beat the Dolphins.
Yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. So if we come in there and we play well, I think there's a strong chance we win, but it's going to be close. It's going to come down to a field goal. Lions.
The Lions.
Lions. Remind me, it's still Goff out there, right? Up in Detroit.
Yeah.
They don't have many weapons.
They have Hendon Hooker as well.
Yeah, they don't have many weapons for him to throw to, though. And I think that was the purpose of those draft picks, was to try to give him some weapons and protection. Because the Lions defense did actually really, really well last year. Surprisingly. They snuck up there in the rankings. People didn't notice them, but yeah, they were up there.
Yeah. As far as weapons, I mean, they still have Marvin Jones Jr., Amon St. Brown.
Amon St.
Those
Brown
are
is
really
dangerous.
The two receivers that stand out. And then, of course, they brought in David Montgomery. They pretty much swapped, him and Jamal Williams. So, I mean, there's a little something on their offense.
Mm-hmm. It's cooking. It's cooking. I see a win there, though. I see a win. As long as we play well and we don't beat ourselves, I see a win. And there's a variety. Make no mistake about it. Our stupid penalties that we have a history of committing. Dumb dumb coverages that we know we should not be in. Has cost us. With Keith Taylor in there, moving around looking like he's in the Wizard of Oz land. Like, come on, Keith. Wake up, man. Like, you can't be doing that against teams like Detroit. Otherwise, Goff is going to pick you apart, bro. It's the NFL. This ain't college no more, man.
Yep.
Gotta wake up. Alright, so.
And then, the Jaguars.
The Jaguars. Now, this is a team that genuinely scares me. This is a team that genuinely scares me, and I'm going to tell you why. If you watch them last year with Trevor Lawrence and a healthy Travis Etienne, and they just built up that line with 2 more offensive lineman picks, plus a couple of edge rushers, that's a scary freaking team. And I mean, they're only getting better, y'all.
The Jaguars, I don't think since the Super Bowl run year.
Guys, this team is only getting better. It's only getting more terrifying to deal with them. And I don't like the fact that they're on our roster.
Yeah.
That's a loss. No, that's a loss. I don't see a win out of that game. I'm sorry. I don't. Because if you show any type of weakness at all, Trevor Lawrence will shred you.
His career best.
Trevor will shred you. I know that better than anybody. I watched this man for 3 years. In a Clemson uniform. And Travis Etienne too. If you show Etienne any type of slim hole, he will find his way through it. He is like a oh my goodness, man. He's lightning in a bottle. You cannot give this man any space at all.
As pretty much an obvious loss.
Oh yeah, I actually got Travis Etienne's autograph before he got into the NFL. Because I knew this dude was special. The second I saw him in that first spring game, when he was first introduced in that spring game, about, 4 or 5 years ago, I was like, this dude's got to be a monster. I was like, this dude's better than C.J. Spiller ever thought of being in a Clemson uniform. I was like, good God. Like, the pure speed. I mean, one of the first plays he did in spring practice was actually take back a kick return for a touchdown. And I mean, the speed when he was going past people, I was like, who is that? I was like, who is that?
So I think the only hole that I think I noticed for the Jaguars is, I mean, they're still waiting on the sentence of suspension for Cam Robinson.
Yeah.
Because he's expecting to be suspended. But that's the only thing that I can think of. I mean, they got weapons on offense.
Yeah.
I mean, they just added Calvin Ridley,
Yep.
which I believe will be cleared for this
Oh
upcoming season.
my
He
God.
doesn't do anything crazy.
And
You know, and even behind NTN, drafted Tank Bigsby. Like,
good God, Tank Bigsby behind
like
Etienne. Tank Bigsby behind Etienne. Think about that for a second, folks. Just let that sink in. That's a nasty running back duo. Whew, that's nasty.
yeah.
I mean, that's the equivalent of CMC and Chuba Hubbard for us. I mean, that's the equivalent right there. That's what we're going to be doing with this year. These defensive tackles better be on notice for that game, man. Y'all better be ready. Because, I mean, Etienne will run circles around you if you are not. If he senses any type of hole, bye-bye. You ain't catching him.
And I also have to throw in there, don't sleep on the Jaguars defense. They may not have, you know, big, ginormous, obvious names, but don't sleep on that Jaguars defense.
That's going to be a top 10 defense right there. And by the time they get through addressing that full defense and they build that full team after next year's draft, that's going to be a top 3 defense. And that's going to be truly terrifying. And by that point, the Jags will have fully developed their offense. They'll know exactly what they want to do. They'll know exactly who to throw it to, where to throw it. You know, all their playbook that they want to build will be there and ready to go for that defense. So, that coaching, dude, I have to. Is that Doug Peterson that's running that team? Is that Doug Peterson? I think it is. But
And you know what's scary about the Jaguars offense? You know what's really scary? They have scored, even in their wins, and they have only scored less than 20 points twice last season. That's it.
The lowest league average for point score last year, you know, you could separate the goats from the rest of the herd, you know, was that 20-point margin. The teams that were scoring 20 points or less were getting beat up every week. The teams that were put up 20 points or more were actually winning games. A lot of games. So,
yeah. I mean, their offense puts up, a lot of averages, like 31, 27, 24, 38, 40, 28, 36, like.
Good God. And they're just getting started, y'all. They're just getting started. Wait till they got actual protection on that line. And Trevor can't be touched anymore. Oh my God. You thought he was dangerous last year.
They only had one where there was single digits, and that was the Houston loss. But that's it.
Oh my God, man. Give Trevor the proper protection. He is going to be terrifying. He will match up there with Mahomes. I'm telling you that right now. Y'all.
And you know that
there's gonna be people that are gonna be like, "Oh, why didn't you put some money on that?" And I'm gonna be like, "Bet." People are gonna doubt that, man. And I'm gonna tell them, bet. I know Trevor Lawrence, okay? I know Etienne. Bet. Put your money on the table. Because I'm gonna match you.
I mean, and look how much he's improved too. Decreased his interception count from his rookie year to his sophomore year. He had a banger of a sophomore year. Increased his completion percentage, 66.3, over 4,113 yards, 25 touchdowns, only 8 interceptions. And he doubled his QBR.
Y'all starting to understand who this man is now?
I didn't realize how much his QBR jumped up from his rookie season to his sophomore season.
You want to talk about a quarterback that's worth jumping up to number one for? That's the one. That's the one. We should have jumped up right then and got him. But our management is allergic to Clemson players. I forgot about that. Oh, but we can't have a Clemson player on our Panthers roster. Oh, no. Whatever will we do? No, we got to go after Sewell. I can't.
And not to, and not to mention, I mean, he even did pretty solid his rookie season. The only thing that stood out, unfortunately, was he had more interception touchdowns. But
yeah,
look at how much he's cleaned up since that rookie season.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact. Loud Poppy says, "Lol, I'm in here to help you out in the chat. Overall, how do you feel about us taking Young instead of Stroud? I know you wanted Stroud there for a second, so I was curious what your initial reaction was." Oh yeah, man, I feel a lot better about Bryce now that we've talked about the offensive line and what we're doing with it, and locking it down, so, I feel a lot better about this pick now. Because if you're talking about the offensive line where we just have the starting five and a questionable secondary and a questionable third string, I'd be like, nah, CJ Stroud for me. Sorry. I'll take that attitude for a bit, because we put up with it with Cam Newton, but I'll take that athleticism, that skill, string, third string on down, and you say, okay, it's solid. Then, yeah, I feel a lot better about this Bryce pick. Yeah, I like what we're hearing. I like what we're seeing. Speaking of, man, let's get into this little interview here with Bryce Young. I think y'all are going to like this. It's about a 7-minute interview.
Popular man in all of the Carolinas, maybe America right now. The number 1 overall pick, Bryce Young, the new Panthers quarterback. My man, how's it going? Have you been able to breathe since last night?
Yeah. I'm still pinching myself to see if it's real, but it's been a whirlwind. It's a lot of emotions this last 24 hours, but I'm super grateful to be here.
What was that moment like with you and your parents after you got picked? The embrace, the conversation. Just what was that like?
It was special. To be able to have my parents there by my side. In a moment that was that big, and be able to share that moment with them meant the world to me. So that's definitely something I'll remember forever.
Have you ever heard so much about your weight and your frame? I've never heard so much in my life. What's the craziest thing you've seen on the internet comparing you to whatever meme you've seen?
Let me stop right there, because that's all I heard people talk about for the entire month. That's all. Y'all didn't talk about nothing else, just that. And it was just regurgitated garbage. The same record player over and over and over. Oh, his size, his weight, his size, his weight, his size, his weight. And I just spelled that in about 0.5 seconds right out of the gate. I said, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about his injury status. That's what I'm worried about. You can talk to me about size and weight all you want. I don't care about that. I'm not here for that conversation. I want to know, can you keep this man safe?
Yeah.
If he's coming to Carolina, can you keep him
the
healthy
lion's
and
job.
off a stretcher? Because the last 7 to 8 years, we've had nothing but quarterbacks on stretchers. The last 2 to 3 years, that's all we've had. And Bryce is just so soft-spoken. He's just like, yeah, I'm so chill, man. I'm so chill. Yeah, it's like this man smoked a blunt before he came to every press conference. I swear that's the only thing I can imagine that would keep him this calm, unless he's just that calm natured every day, you know. And I love that if he is. That's awesome, dude. You know, good for you, because I know his anxiety's got to be through the roof through this weekend. It has to be.
Yeah, but I gotta give a shout out to Andy Dalton though. When he had his exchange with Andy Dalton, like it looked very encouraging. It looked very encouraging.
Yeah. And you don't sign Andy Dalton if you're not going to have him be a mentor. He's already embraced that role. He's already said he would, you know. And by the way, I'm proud of this chat. Nobody's mentioned Matt Corral yet. I'm proud of y'all. I'm proud of y'all. Let's keep that train going. I don't want to talk about him.
That's a good question. I haven't seen too much. I don't really look at this stuff that much.
Mm-hmm.
I did see something. I'm trying to remember it. Cause one of the homies sent it to me. And it was really funny. At some point in this interview, hopefully I remember it and then I'll bring it back up. But yeah, you'd be surprised. I've been honestly hearing this my entire life. Obviously not at this scale, but it's really been nothing new. But I'm just happy to be here.
Your new coach, Frank Reich, and general manager Scott Fitterer talked in length last night about you answering a question in an interview about your routine, your process. Give us a day in the life of Bryce Young, because they were pretty impressed by what you had to say.
Yeah.
Excellent questions. Excellent questions by this panel. I love these two. These are the types of people I want interviewing our players, man. Can we please just get a press room full of these people? Please and thank you. This was amazing.
I was really grateful for them to be able to share their philosophy and how they see the quarterback position and what they want out of it. And I just want to speak a little to kind of what my habits were as far as preparation throughout the week. And there's kind of a step by step, kind of day by day sort of thing that I don't know if we have the time to get into, but just for me, it was big on preparation and doing everything I can to help myself put the team in a better situation. I try to, be as prepared as I can, and also find that balance of being prepared, but also giving myself, time to react to things, leaving some stuff up to just to play football. So I'm trying to find that healthy balance of figuring out what I'm going to carry into the game with me, what I'm not, what I'm going to react to, what I'm going to predict, things like that. And, again, it's kind of a more extensive conversation. Right. But I'm happy to be around like-minded people who also value that preparation. I'm super excited to learn from them.
When you're
He likes to be around like-minded people that deal with preparation. I love that. I mean, that's such a great answer. That's what I want out of my quarterback right there. Somebody that's prepared, that's ready to go, that's going to walk into this stadium and say, I'm confident that I can go and win these games. I might be soft-spoken, but I carry a big stick, man. And I'm going to show you on the field, how big of a stick I can carry. And that's what we want.
To let his speak louder than his words.
I mean, it's just so great, man. And I want to speak to his speech here, because I took a speech class. And some of these people in this chat have probably already heard this already in my stream, but I'm going to say this for your benefit, Blitz. I took a speech class, and, everybody's like, oh, well, you have to repeat yourself and be like, and cut out the ums, when you talk, you know, in pressers and stuff like that. I disagree. I would rather have that than somebody that just repeats themselves like I you know, because the ums suggest to me, okay, you're trying to think of the next thing you want to say. Take your time, think it through, and say it. You know, I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me.
Agreed.
It makes me think that your mind is whirring. You know, it's moving, and you're actively coming up with something to say. So if you hear me say ums a lot, you know, on the streams, that's what I'm doing. You know, I mix it up with some repeated stuff every once in a while because that's what everybody else does. You know, we're all human like that. But you know, the speech class will teach you. You know, go well. You know, and you'll sound like a babbling idiot, in my opinion. And I disagree with that, and I go against that on that principle. But you know, overall, I noticed that about Ron Rivera. He got into a stuttering, you know, patterns, and I was like, those people I just can't trust because your brain just gets stuck. You know, it gets stuck.
Yeah.
When you're trying to come up with an answer. That's what that tells me your brain is doing. And I don't want that. I want someone that goes, you know, and is constantly thinking of an answer to give you. Even if it takes a minute to get there, like that answer right there, he was anxious, he was nervous, but he got there.
Mm-hmm.
He gave you the answer you wanted. You just have to take the time to listen and be patient.
Big time recruit in high school, you're under a microscope. And then you go to Alabama, you're under a bigger microscope. And then you have like a 48-day period when the Panthers trade up, and that microscope, it's huge. What is that like emotionally, and how do you keep things in perspective? I heard you mention your faith in God, and what role does He play in all of this for you?
Yeah, 100%. You know, being a man of God, I just let Him lead the way. I'm very big again on controlling what I can control, and you know, I understand. I'm a firm believer that, you know, I don't lead my life. I allow that for God, allow Him to lead my life, and you know, I find peace in knowing, you know, I try to control what I can control, work on, you know, the stuff that I can, and try to be as ready for the moment where throughout this. And you know, I always, you know, thought that way, but you know, I kind of got re-humbled in that throughout this process, like you said, being long and there being so many ups and downs, and really not knowing what was going to happen. But through that, I feel like my faith got stronger, and you know, I trust God in wherever, you know, I'm supposed to be, and you know, I'm super happy that it was here.
Was there a moment when you're like, all right, I'm done with this, I can't control this, and this is crazy what these people are saying?
You know, I think that again, it was kind of just a gradual build up of, you know, immediately from when, you know, from when everything started in the draft process, and you know, just from coaches, and you know, you're having meetings with different people, and you know, you're trying to feel everything out, and you know, it's so easy for your mind to kind of run free and picture this and picture that, and you know, I started kind of fall into that trap a little bit, and I realized quickly that again, you know, God leads my life. You know, there's you know, you're stressing yourself out for something that you don't have any control over. So I'm grateful. I trust God wholeheartedly, and again, I'm super happy that this was the place for me.
Well, before the draft,
I'm gonna stop it there because that's the answer I wanted you to hear, Blitzball. Because you know, you're a man of God, so, and I wanted your take on that. What did you think? Did you
Honestly,
like that?
I think he's definitely speaking the truth. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, like, he accepts that, you know, he was placed into this opportunity for a reason. You know, he can only, you know, take the best with, run with it. But he's set in his faith. He trusts in God. And, you know, I just see somebody that just knows how to really take things in and be grateful for the opportunity that he has. And I honestly believe it's just a matter of him taking it and running with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. I think, yeah, it's a great response to that question, and I do believe he's a man of faith. I believe he's telling the truth, and I believe that he honestly believes that himself. You know, wholeheartedly. And that to me says, okay, we got a great leader here, you know. That's that's not only going to come in here and take care of business, but you know, leave everything to the heavenly Father that he believes in, and you know that we all believe in here. You know, if you do, you know, if you don't, that's fine. All beliefs are respected here. But if you do, you know, he's gonna lift all those victories up to God and say thank you. You know, everything that he's gotten has been a gift and a true blessing. And I won't bore you with the rest of this, but you know, the last question he's asked, and I think this is very telling of his character, is, um, you know, what's his first purchase gonna be? You know, I think every one of these rookies is asked that. You know, in the top 50, you know, what's your first purchase gonna be? Most of these people say, "Oh, well, I'm gonna spend it on my mom. I'm gonna buy a house for her, and I'm gonna buy a new car or something like that." You know. But this man is very humble, and he says, "I'm gonna eat a nice dinner. That's it. He's just gonna eat a nice dinner. He's gonna go out and he's gonna eat a nice dinner." And I'm sitting there going, "Huh." That tells you all you need to know about this man right here. He's not immediately going out and spending like $20,000 on this or that, you know, carat gold or expensive planes and all this crap, you know, that he doesn't need. He just wants to eat a nice dinner, man. That's it. I can respect that. I can respect the heck out of that right there. Because that would be my response too if I ever inherited that much money, man. I'd be like, I just want to eat a nice dinner.
That's what's up.
That's the type of guy, you know. First impressions are everything, and that made a great first impression on me right there. He hadn't even walked out on the field in a uniform yet, and he's already impressed me with that right there.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Man,
I
that's
agree.
awesome.
I just look forward to seeing how he does and takes everything in. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Chandler Zavala addresses the media for the first time. Let's check this out.
What if you could do
SC? Because these offensive linemen don't get a chance to speak very often. So
congratulations, Joe Person with the Athletic in Charlotte. What was your experience like playing with Icky?
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna let you
how close
this one out. I gotta get going. It's getting kind of late, so I'm gonna let you finish this one out.
All right, sounds good, man. Thank you for coming through and offering your opinions and helping us out here. Look forward to more collaborations in the future, man.
Absolutely. Indeed. And to the folks in the chat, Lot Pop, good to see you again. But thank you so much for having me, and I will be in touch as usual.
Any last minute thoughts?
Yeah. Keep pounding. We're going to get through this. All the true fans, stay on course. Keep your head up. We are going to get through this. Those that have endured for so long, we are going to eat. It's only a matter of time.
That's facts, man. That's facts. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And
Oh yeah.
all your
Likewise,
contributions this month. It's been so fantastic having you on here, man. Putting in the hard work. And go rest up and relax and enjoy it, you know?
Definitely been fun. I will be in touch as usual.
Yep. Alrighty, buddy. Keep pounding, and thank you for coming on.
All right. Yeah, indeed. Alrighty. Peace out, bro. Good night.
Alrighty. Peace. Follow and some likes and hit the bell for his channel. He's a great guy, and we just love having him up in here, man. It's so great. And he was part of the reason we had so much success this month with all the hard work and everything that's been put into the channel through the month of April. And it's a marathon, but it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. And we got to be more careful about what information we allow out there next year with these mock drafts. I think because I feel like there was a Ram scout in here, man. It's not a coincidence, and we just got to be more careful, guys. You know, so that being said, you know, 2 players going off somebody's board is a coincidence. 4 players, no, that's not a coincidence. We had people in here, man, watching. And for all the scouts of other teams, please do not watch during the scouting time of the year. I'm going to stress that, and I'm going to keep saying it until people recognize that we are trying to offer up solutions for our team, not for yours, but for ours. Okay? You know, if you want suggestions for your team that you are doing scouting for, you know, ask for it in chat. Okay? Make yourself known in chat that you are asking for advice for your team on who you think your team should draft. You know, and I'll be glad to offer suggestions for that. But leave ours alone, man. Stop trying to steal our picks, man, because it's not cool. All right? I want to make that widely known and plainly known, because we're not putting up with it next year, all right? We're not putting up with that. Because if you try to steal our stuff, we'll know. You know how we'll know? Look at this list. That's how we'll know. Alright? 4 of those people were on my list. 4. You call that a coincidence? I don't think so. So if you're a scout for another team during the months of March and April, stay the heck out of our VODs, stay the heck out of our chat. Unless you want specific advice on your team only. Only. Alright? Thank you. Alright. You can clip that, do whatever you wish with it. Share it, do whatever you need to. Alright, so, let me hide this screen real quick so I can look at a message. Yes. Alright, so we're going to be wrapping up this stream pretty soon here. But I do want to cover a couple of these videos real quick before we do that. Just to make sure we have all of our bases covered, you know. So let's hear from Zavala. Mr. Zavala here, Mr. Chandler.
Did you stay with him throughout this pre-draft process?
Playing next to Icky was really fun. We both learned a lot from each other, and we just got along, just playing well with each other, and just excited to be a Carolina Panther and just get things going day by day.
All right, let's go to Skylar Callahan, followed by David Newton.
Hey, Chandler, congratulations, Skylar Callahan, Sports Illustrated. Just talk a little bit about your journey. Obviously, you've been in college for a long time. You started at the Division II level. So talk about that transition from Fairmont to NC State to now getting drafted, just how that process has been.
I just take everything day by day because I've just played 6 years of football. So I just take everything in at the moment and just absorb everything that I can and just get better as a man and as a player and become a great teammate and be respectful to my coaches and teammates and just get better overall as a team.
What was the big?
Great answer, man. I really love that. I do. I think he's a very humble man, and I think he's straightforward, and he just really wants to come up to this level and do what he did, at the last level, and be who he is, as a man. He's grown up a lot in these last few years, you could tell. And he's put in the hard work and put in the preparation, and it's paid off for him. So, you can tell by the answers he's giving that he's very smart and intelligent. So, and able to do his job to the best of his ability. So, I like what I'm hearing so far from him. Let's continue.
Biggest things you had to adjust to or learn when you made that jump from the Fairmont?
Wasn't a big thing just learning. It was just keeping my same routine, and it was a smooth transition when I went from Fairmont to NC State.
All right. Obviously, we got that. Come on. Get through these ads. There we go.
Hey, right. Chandler, David Newton, ESPN.com. What did they say they expected your role to be immediately? I mean, I know they've got Austin Corbett recovering from surgery. They expect you to fit in there as a backup or to fill some time there. Or what did they actually say?
Excellent question. Excellent question. David Newton coming in here like a champ and asking the right question right now. That's what we all need to know. What are they planning on doing with you, Chandler? Because we need to know. Are they going to start you? Are they going to put you in second string? What are they doing with you? We need to know.
I'm just ready to get into Carolina and just take it day by day, get in there in camp and just do what I do and just work and show everybody what I can do and just keep rolling.
You got any?
All right, so what that answer tells me is they didn't immediately tell him what he's going to do. And that question's more so for the coaching staff, than him. But I think it's a relevant question. It's a very relevant question. You need to know what he's going to be doing. So, I'm happy about that. I'm happy that asked that question. Let's continue.
Good Icky stories you can share with us?
No, sir, I don't. He's a great man. He's a great player. He's a great teammate.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Augustus Stone, followed by Mike K.
Hey, Chandler, I'm Augusta Stone with Panthers.com. Nice to meet you and congratulations.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. So I have an off the wall one a little bit, but I was reading through your bio. I saw that your dad is a chop champion and a professional chef. Wanted to ask about, growing up, kind of, bigger guy. What was that like having someone that is able to cook for you? Any stories about that? Just share what you want about that.
Coming to high school, I wasn't a big dude, so I had to put on a lot of weight. So my mom and dad cooked for me, and then there's a time where my dad just sent me like 25 pounds of beef just to help me put on weight and from his producer. So it was kind of nice, and he always made sure I had food and enough food to eat so I can get bigger.
How old were you when he sent you all of that meat? Was that in high school, college?
That was in college. That was my first year, my freshman year in college.
His dad said 25 pounds of meat. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Can y'all just imagine how much meat that is? Oh my God. That is wild, bro. That's wild. I love it though. But for an offensive lineman like that, you gotta eat, man. You gotta eat. And I'm not even mad at that. That's pretty funny. That's pretty great. Oh shoot. Oh, I love this dude, man. This is wholesome. This is wholesome right here. Look at this man's face. You could just see all the joy in this man's face when he was asked that question, because he knew exactly how he was going to answer it. It's almost like he was expecting that question to come along. And he's like, yep, I was handed 25 pounds of meat. I can't. Oh, man. That's too funny.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Welcome.
Oops, sorry about that. Chandler, congratulations. Nice to meet you. You dealt with some injury adversity at Fairmount, I was reading, and then you also had the back injury last year. What has the process been this off season with talking about those injuries and kind of explaining, how you've recovered for them?
Just for me, a big thing was having a routine. And in the summer, I found my routine. And I just kept it every day, every week, every month. And it was really good for me. It was great for my body. And the plan is to just keep doing my same routine. And then if everything else helps, I'll do that also. I'll do anything just to keep doing me and be a great player.
Are you down in Boynton right now? Is that where you're coming
No,
from?
I'm actually in Pittsburgh with my girlfriend, and then my family came up.
Cool.
Great question. Great question. And that explains why he slipped so far in the draft. Is his injuries. I was not aware of a lot of these injuries that he had. And I'm just glad he got through them, and we were able to get him, and you got to keep pushing, whatever it may be. I respect that, man, and that's one of the reasons I really like this guy already, right out of the jump. He's a very humble man, and he's not afraid to say what he needs to say, to answer these questions.
Hear more about the beef. Did it arrive on dry ice?
Yes, sir, dry ice.
And did he tell you he was sending it? What sort of cuts of meat was it?
It was a prime rib cut, so you can break a prime rib and you get rib eyes out of it and everything. So I just cut all the fat down, trimmed it down, and just made my own cuts and put it in the freezer for days and weeks.
Were you living in a dorm and what, or an apartment? What did your roommates say?
It was like a apartment / dorm where I was staying at.
And then finally, he's there with you today. What was on the menu for the draft party?
We kind of took a break. We just brought in just some tacos in for today. He cooked yesterday and other days to give the old man a break.
This man's hungry, man. Get out of the press room. You need a ribeye sandwich, man. That's what you need.
Monsters.
Get this man a ribeye steak, man. You don't need to be up in there asking questions, man. I gotta hear more about this ribeye steak. What kind of cold cuts did you get? Oh my God. You a grilling man, ain't you? You a grilling man. Oh my God. Oh, that's beautiful.
Not that long because I had to eat a lot of food. Just came out of high school light at 260, so I just probably ate it like 4 times a day.
So how much weight did you actually put on?
40 pounds.
Okay. And did you learn anything about cooking from him that's kind of helped you, or?
Just what not to eat and what's good to eat. Just in restaurants, there's good stuff, but there's also stuff that's bad, but it tastes good, so I don't eat that.
Okay. What's your favorite meal?
I'm more like a red meat guy, like a steak. Just keep it simple.
Okay, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the entire press room just needs to go out and just eat a meal with this man. Just go out and eat a meal with this man. Since y'all want to talk about food, man, and not ask serious questions, man, just take him out for dinner, man. Chandler, you got the money, bro. Just take them out for dinner. Pay for all their meals. Whatever they want. And then we can have a real press conference. After that. We can ask real questions after that, man. None of these guys came in serious, man. None of them. Oh my God. Neither one of these guys. Neither one of y'all. As soon as they heard the cold cuts, they were just like, oh God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got to get in on this. Y'all ain't had a steak in months, have you? Bruh, I'm dead. Oh man. This is great. I'm enjoying this.
Let's go to Vashti Hurt, followed by Antonio Ramos.
Hi, Chandler. Welcome to Carolina. I just have a question about your playing style. How would you describe your playing style? And oftentimes, linemen either excel in pass protection or the run game. Where do you go along those lines?
I'm a great pass protector. This year I showed that I'm a great pass protector this year, and then my running ability, I have a great lateral movement, and then I can also be a mauler when needed.
Now that's a relevant question right there. That's a relevant question. That's what I want to hear when I'm asking questions to a lineman. Or I'm listening to a lineman answer questions, man. That's what I want. Right there. That tells me who you are on the field. Thank you. You know, and you know, you can ask a couple of goofy questions up in here about the meat, but you know, when it comes down to getting serious about these questions, man, and finding out who this man is on the field, that just answered everything for me right there. I got everything out of this I need. I got everything out of this I need. I love this dude already. That's a great first impression, Chandler. I like you already, bro. You're a real one. You're a real one. He's honest. He's truthful. He's not afraid to answer some of these wacky questions that the press throws at him. You know, he handled that like a pro, man. First time through. Man, and most of these linemen are not prepared for some of these press rooms, man, in the NFL. They're not ready for it. Because they come in hardcore. They throw the book at you. You know, if you're an offensive lineman. Let's throw some of the most hardcore questions at you. And if you ain't ready to answer them, so that being said, this man looks like he's been through some pressers, man. He looks like he's been through some. He was ready for this. I like that. He handled that like a champ, man. I'm impressed by you. So now I need you to come out on the field and show up. Do what you do. Alright? Man. And do what we drafted you to do, bro. I'm here for it. I'm rooting for you, Chandler. I like this guy, man. I was happy about this pick, and I still am happy about this pick. Very happy about this pick. We got a bruiser on the line, man. That's what we got. He knows it. We know it. Let him show it to you on the field. All right. Who else we got? Robinson, let's find out about you, bro. This dude's got a cocky attitude, man. But apparently he can back it up on the field. And if you could back it up on the field, let's see it. You know what I mean?
Versatility to play multiple positions, but where do you feel more comfortable? Safety, nickel? Where's your home in the secondary? Where has been your home throughout your career?
I mean, mostly like I'm a team guy, so like it's been plenty like different situations where like guys will get hurt, and I have to go down on like a Wednesday practice and be down there and compete at the nickel position. So honestly, like I'm a team guy. I don't care what position I'm playing, as long as I'm on the field out there, making plays for my team and just contributing to just helping the team get wins. That's what I'm about.
I like that answer. I like that right there. I like a team guy, man. That's a good first impression right there. Good first impression, Jamie. You got my attention, buddy. That's the answers I need to hear right there. He's versatile in every position, and he's a team guy. He just wants to be on the field, man. Put him on the field. I like that. Let people see what he can do, Let him compete. That's what's up.
As a team guy, how much do you value special teams?
Of course, that's the main thing. I feel like when it comes to just the game, like special teams, they change how the game turns out. Like a certain play. I remember plenty plays in college where like when we played against Clemson, the guy he had a return for like 40 yards in the second half, and that turned the whole game around. You know what I'm saying? So I always feel like the best guys should be playing special teams, and just because that's how the game goes, like the best guys got to be on special teams because that's them crucial moments, and anything can happen on special teams.
That's true. That's very true. Somebody get this lady out of here, man. We're trying to interview you. Get up out of the room. We ain't trying to talk to you. We trying to talk to my man Jamie here. You trying to get on camera and be on camera everywhere. I respect it, but this ain't the time to do that, lady. We here for it, man. We here for the interview. All right, let's stick to Jamie here, man. I want to hear his answers.
All right, let's go to Joe Person, followed by Gabe McDonald.
Hey, Jamie, congratulations. I'm with The Athletic. First off, is that a Panthers beanie you're wearing?
It's so crazy. Yes, sir, it is. I was next door. We got an Airbnb out here in Atlanta, and our neighbors, they were like Carolina Panthers fans, and so happily, like, y'all called today, and then they came outside next door and was yelling, and they brought a hat over here for me.
Hey, that's that Panther love, baby. Let's go. That's that Panthers love. Yes, sir. That's what I like to see. No matter where you're from, man. That's that Panthers love. That's that Panthers loyalty. You know, we show it everywhere. Whether it be in the U.S., whether it be in Canada, you know, even as far out as Germany, Australia, Japan, everywhere, man. Every one of us is like this, man. It's a family, man. Hey, much respect to his neighbors, man, and the love that they just showed him, man, right out of the gate. You know, that made him feel real good. That the Panthers made a good choice in him, man. You know, I love that. I love that. We're immediately welcoming him in. Yes. He hasn't even arrived at the stadium yet, and we were already welcomed him in as fans. That's what's up. Much love to you, Jamie. From the Keep Pounding Nation, too. Let's go.
Can you show that hat again so we can get a picture? Perfect. Thank you. Hey, what kind of background do you have with Brian Burns?
What kind of background I have with Brian Birch?
I'm sorry, Brian Burns, the Panthers defensive end who played at Florida State.
Honestly, like the reason when I got to Florida State, you know, I was only there 2 years, but like you know when the games be going and then it show like highlights of NFL players on Sundays, like from like the past week. I always see him up there getting a sack and some crazy stuff, and I'll be like, this guy always making plays, but. That's mainly how I know about him. I knew like I did some research. I know he's a great player. Like I see he getting a sack every game and stuff. And like that's a dog, and I know that's a go to the left and to the right, and yeah, he's gonna do his job. He's gonna get it done, and that's what it's all about. Just knowing, being able to trust in guys, and I know for sure like he's a guy that you can trust. Like he make plays, and every week, like I said, every week I was playing a game at Doak Campbell. They showed his highlights up there, and he was making the sack or something every week. So that's how I definitely like caught on to Brian Burns for sure.
And just one more quick one.
Every week, Brian Burns is consistent every week. That's facts right there. That's big facts.
Did you ever have an opportunity to play against Bryce at an All-Star game or?
No, sir, I haven't. No, sir.
Just your thoughts about being part of the draft class with him.
Come on, man. Number 1 pick. That solidifies everything. Number 1 pick, man. I know he's gonna be out there ready to compete, and I'm right behind him.
What's up, Jamie? Gary McDonald from Fox here in Charlotte. Obviously, you spent the beginning of your career at South Carolina. What's it going to be like being back in the same secondary with JC and also being able to play here in the Carolinas again?
I mean, JC called me as soon as I got the call. As soon as I got off the phone with him, JC called me. I've been knowing, bro. Like we've been locked in since I was a senior in high school. I was coming on visits. He was hosting. You feel me? So it's just all crazy that. Like how the world is, and we back on the same team. So I already know when I get there, he gonna put me on beat what it is and what it ain't, what I need to do. Just like learning the playbook and stuff like that. And just that's another guy I can say. Like I was on the field with him as a freshman. He was a year ahead of me, and he was out there making calls, making checks, and I was out there with him doing the same thing, competing with him. So I already know like he's a dog, and I'm a dog for sure too. So we gonna definitely be able to click up together. And, hey man, we're gonna turn it up down there for sure.
All right, let's go to Augusta Stone.
Hey Jamie, I'm Augusta Stone with Panthers.com. How are you?
Love that right there, man. You know, JC's already got a history with him. Love that. You know, you didn't hear that from Scott. You didn't hear that from Majaro. You know, but this man's already had a history with JC, and I love that already. Yes, that's chemistry already on this defense. Let's go. I'm even more hyped about Jamie. This has got me more hyped. And all of this is making me feel a little bit better about that DJ pick too, because I know that he's a solid edge rusher, and whether it be offensive linebacker, to edge rusher or whatever that positional change up is. Like I've gone over his highlights. I've watched a little bit of tape on him, and I'm feeling a little bit better about him, man. Although I still think we reached on him and Ringo. On him and our wide receiver, man. Pick. I'm going to say this again. That's a 40-point reach. That's a 40-point reach, y'all. On that wide receiver. None of those wide receivers are going to 39. None of them. None of them. I mean, I could show you on stream, or I could tell you. Either way, you could believe what you want to believe. But y'all were looking at those draft boards, same as me. None of those wide receivers are going off the board at that time. That's a reach. Now, if you believe that you can find a better 3-4 defensive man than DJ Johnson, then get him at 39. If you don't feel like trading down, get him at 39. Because these guys are going off the board like candy in the second round. Like candy at a candy store. Near Halloween. You got to jump on it, man. You got to jump on these guys. You got to follow the NFL trends. If you don't follow the trends, that's how you get handicapped, man. That's how you end up sitting there at pick 145 going, should have got a defensive end. Should have got a defensive end. I should have got that earlier. What are we still doing? What's still on the board? Down here. At 80. What's still here? You should have got him at 39. You should have got a defensive end, a 3-4 defensive end at 39. Come on, man. Y'all know better than this. Y'all have followed the draft trends every single year, and you know how this works. Okay? Don't even try to act like you don't. Frank, we've done this, buddy. We've done this before. You did this before in Indianapolis. You know better. Alright? None of these wide receivers are going off the board at 39. So what made you think that Mingo was going to go off the board at 39? What made you think that was going to happen? No. Don't dodge the question. Don't dodge the question, sir. What made you think that this man was going to go off the board between 39 and 80? What made you think that? What made you think Mingo was off the board? This man was not slated to go until the third round. The third round. He wouldn't even been the first wide receiver that people choose. Nah. Let me show y'all something. Hold up. Let me show y'all something. If we were to run that mock right now, I want y'all to see where he's actually ranked. On the NFL mock draft database simulator. I want y'all to actually see. Hold up. let's take a browse through all these wide receivers that are ahead of them. Okay, you got Jackson Smith-Njigba, you got Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnson, Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, Cedric Tillman, Mims, Tyler Scott, if you like Tyler Scott. Here he is at 79. Here he is at 79. Now, if you were to trade up, that 4th round pick, after picking up a defensive end, a 3-4 defensive end at 39, and you traded up your 93 and that 4th round pick that we did, the 2nd, 4th round pick to pick up Mingo, I would have been fine with that. And jumped up to 80 to make sure you get Jonathan Mingo. I would have been fine with that. Because look, man. None of these guys went up board. I'm going to show you. NFL draft. I'm going to show you the draft board. Hold up. Alright. Let's look at the positions that went off the board in the 1st round, right? None of these were wide receivers. None of them. You have to go all the way down to pick 20 to see 4 wide receivers going off the board. And that's Jackson Smith, that's Quentin Johnston, that's Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison. And then it's right back to tight ends, corners, all of that. All the way into the 2nd round. Okay, more corners, more quarterback, more tight ends, more of this garbage, None of these picks were wide receivers. None of them. None of them. That's a reach. Look how far down it takes before you go down to pick 50. Before Jordan Reed even goes off the board. You got Rice going off the board at 55. You got Mims going off the board at 63. It takes that long until Mims goes off the board until 63. Okay. Into the 3rd round. 3rd round. Here's Dell at 69. Okay. Nobody even cares about Dell. There's Jalen Hyatt at 73. There's Cedric Tillman at 74. This is proving my point. All of these wide receivers were ahead of him on that list. All of them. And then you go down to 79 with Josh Downs with the Colts. All the way down to here. And even just a little bit past that. You still got a bunch of... You got a running back, you got a defensive end, corner, running backs, linebackers, safety, running backs. It's not until you get down to 94 you see another wide receiver. And then you go down to pick 100, you see another wide receiver. Meanwhile, we haven't even seen... There's Wicks. Still going. Still going, y'all. It's not until round 6. That's where all the action starts. You got Parker Washington. You got Bouts. You got Trey Palmer down here. There's A.T. Perry way on down here. There's A.T. Perry right on down there. Let me show y'all. Where's A.T. Perry on this list? Right there at 85. Proving my point. again. And this is... Oh, Lord, y'all. And then you got Xavier Hutchinson down here at 205. 205. It took these guys until 205. Demario Douglas down here, 210. For all the good ones to go off the board. Antoine Green. Now, y'all remember Antoine Green. I had him on my board. Alright, so this is around the time that if you're going to see a good wide receiver go off the board, here it is. And here's Cedric Tillman at 74. My point exactly. My point exactly. Josh Downs goes at 79. Why are we not switching places here? Why are we not going for a defensive end at 39? Let me show you what all defensive ends are going off at 39. And I don't know who all of these plays actual 3-4 defense. But you got Isaiah Foskey at 40. You got Keon White, who is associated with us, going at 46. We could have had Keon White, y'all. We could have had Keon White. Let's keep on going. Keep on going. Oh, but there aren't any real defensive ends going off the board in the second round. Wait a minute now. Let's start from the bottom up. You got Felix to the Chiefs. You got Miles Murphy, who I told y'all would not escape the first round. And that's the beginning. That's the beginning. Y'all excuse me for just a second, man. My eyes are watering. I'm burning. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, so my point being, you got Lucas Van Ness at 13. Okay. Let's keep it moving. You got Miles Murphy at 28. I told y'all. 3 defensive ends going off the board. 4, actually. Tyree Wilson. 4 defensive ends going off the board in the first round. I called that exactly. Did I not? 4 defensive ends going off the board in the first round. I told y'all that would happen. I told y'all that would happen. I saw that deep defensive end board and I said, there ain't no way. These guys are going off the board early. Right again. Alright, just because you see Quentin Johnson, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, you know, and Jackson Smith going off the board here, does not mean you have to panic. Okay? There are plenty more good wide receivers on the board. Plenty more. Everybody's going defensive. Everybody's going everything other than wide receiver here. Everything but. They're not even touching wide receiver up until 39. What are you doing with this pick? Man, that's a reach. That's the point I'm trying to make, man. And I knew Luke Musgrave was going to go to the Packers. I knew that. I saw that happening in multiple mocks. The fact that we let Keon White, we messed around and let Keon White go to the Patriots, man. What's the matter with y'all? What's the matter with y'all? Anyway, I just wanted to mention that. And I got everything out of this interview I wanted with him. And I'll do an early morning reaction stream to some of these videos. You know, later on this week, if y'all want. I'll do an early morning reaction stream to that stuff. You know, if I feel like it. If y'all want it. But beyond that, man, I'll do Mingo and I'll do all that stuff. But we'll cover that sometime this week, if y'all want. In the meantime, I gotta get up early, man. It's been a pleasure, YouTube. You know how this works. You know how this works. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell. So you don't miss any training camp videos I put out in July. And whatever else I put out in the next couple of months. Because you don't know what I'm going to put out in the next couple of months. You don't know. That's why you need to check out the Facebook group page for announcements. Pay attention, y'all. I might put out something interesting for y'all. I'm working on a little something. You know? So, I might put something out for y'all in the next couple of months. To tide y'all over. But yeah. This channel ain't dead during this months, man. It ain't dead. We gonna put something out. Until then, man, thank you so much. And it's been an absolute pleasure. And I'm really looking forward to doing a little bit more streaming with y'all, man. You know, we ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. But I'm real happy with what we've been able to accomplish this off season, and I think it's a great off season. Let's put all the pieces together. Let's make this happen. Last minute shout outs to Lock Poppy, to Sean Bradham, and to, of course, Blitzball Champ coming in and collaborating with me today. Love it. Excited for the next one. And, you know how we do around here, man. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And as always, keep pounding, baby. Hey, shout out to Drew, man. I'm in Lego. Appreciate you, man. We just finished up the stream, man. So maybe next time Appreciate you coming in. Keep pounding, my brother. Stay happy, healthy, and well. Go check out the VOD afterwards. Much love to you, man. And all the new subs and all the new followers, man. Love y'all, man. Bryce Young is shorter than Mr. Let him cook. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. You know how it is. You know how it is. Hey. Stay happy, healthy, and well, man. Keep pounding.